Good morning. Today is 19th of March 2025 and we're going to be racing today. Today we're going to be racing at Sandown. Now this is in Victoria. This track is in Victoria. The ground rating is good and this is one of the most, I think, difficult tracks at least in Victoria. I don't know about the entire Australia, but this is a very difficult track. And the reason is there are two sides of this track. The first one is the lake side, which is this side of the track. And then there is the hillside, which is this side of the track. The last finishing mile of the hillside is about 490 meters from the last bend to the finishing post, and that makes it a very difficult place to race. The advantages, the disadvantages, they work and they work in a very different way than other tracks that we race. But this is what we have today, and we are going to be racing here, and we'll see what we can do here. The ground rating is good, so this is not going to be used. This is going to be used. So all the 1400, 1500 meter, they're going to be using this longer track. This is not going to be used. This is for the lakeside. They're going to be using this longer track, and that's the distance, 490 meters. The shape of the track, let's not talk about it. It's not one of the best. It is probably, let's just skip that. Welcome to Grandstand, and we do horse racing 5 days a week. And we do that in two steps. First, we try and identify the best horses through physics, mathematics, a little bit of understanding of horse racing, and once we have identified the best horses, we try and take a look at the horses at the paddock when we get the live stream from the paddock or the gates. If we find that the horses that we have chosen are all looking good and good to go with, we stick to our picks and place our bets. But if we find that there are circumstantial changes, or there are better horses, or there are some kind of changes, we often step out or we make changes with our bets. It's horse racing, so we need to be vigilant. We need to be making decisions that are in favor of us, and that's exactly what we try and do. And I've got three tabs open in front of me. The first one is where we get to see the live feed, the streaming. And the second one is we have this one, RaceNet, where we get to see the scratchings and the odds. And then we have Top Sport, where we get to see the winning numbers when we are in a confused state through the feed. So that's what we have, and we'll get on with the first race today, and we'll see what we have. So I have actually started shortlisting the horses prior to the races, because it becomes very difficult to go through 50 different channels. And I'm going to take a look at the best possibilities and share my thoughts, and till then we'll just watch what's going on. I think we'll watch Wyong or Dumben. PC, welcome back. Welcome to the gang, PC. You're the gangster. Frankie, welcome back, Frank. Hope all's good. We'll take a look at the odds. What's going on with the odds in the first one? 3826. That's PZ.
All right, Anthony. Perhaps. Oh, no, Anthony, it's all right. Let's take a look at this market ourselves. There has been a little bit of money for explosive power, 460 to 440. We mentioned Dukedom. He's your hot would be an exaggeration, but his third favourite, Max, you think 360 to 320?
Yeah, I think punters looking at him as being likely raced. He's only had the 2 starts. He's got the right pedigree to go on with it.
Yeah.
And he looks in control of things at the moment under Ryan Maloney heading towards the start.
All right, I believe Anthony is with us now, so where's the money coming from?
Got some lunch. Dukedom 320, so that's firm since you did your preview and since they came in the mounting yard. Now $3.20 on tap fixed odds, whereas Ravelli's just got out to $3.80 and explosive power $4.60. So Dukedom was far and away best supported in the first.
Gee, the girls had a good weekend last weekend, didn't they? We had that big Metropolitan doubleheader, Eagle Farm, and then the Gold Coast. In particular, CJ Graham. She's just a beauty.
Isn't she? She is just riding so well. Nobody's riding any better than her. And she is cashing in on that, isn't she?
Yeah.
Actually, Kelly Sweeter, Matt Hoyster taking out the big ones there.
Yeah, it was a big day for Matt. Getting a couple there at the coast, and he finished. He had the last at Eagle Farm. The 2 well-back runners, weren't they? Bucks Fizz ran second. Hayoka won it, so they seemed to take control of the race straight away. So it was a good start for him. And he came through. So Nikita Berryman getting a lot of opportunities. So the girls have got it up a little bit on the boys at the moment.
Ooh, you got a pretty interesting jockey. I'd say the youngest jockey.
Lewis, welcome back.
Obviously, there's some good experience in there as well, but not like the age gap. Go back a couple of decades. You know, many jockeys in their 50s, sort of holding down the spots. Whereas now we're sort of not out of that era, but there's less. 1240s maybe. But there's less. We've got a much. I'd say we're one of the youngest jockeys rooms in the country, actually.
We've got the National Apprentice Series starting up again shortly. And
Fantastic.
I think Emily's the captain of the locals, the Queensland side, and why not? She's actually leading the Jockeys overall championship. So we've never had a female win, have we?
That jockeys, no, the senior
The overall, yeah.
She's still in the practice, so
Yeah.
that would be a massive feat.
Yeah. She's had a lot of support. Well, starting off with Matt Royster, Steve O'Day, and then transferring to Tony Gollan. So, and that,
Quite a good plan.
oh, yeah, absolutely. She obviously appreciates it. I mean, you've got to have the horses under you. She's running with it for sure.
Absolutely. All right, they are loading up here for the first, so let's get upstairs for the call of race 1.
No. Only 2 to move in here. Baccarat Rouge and the barrier blanketed Parisian Piper. And racing about to get underway, the first of 8. So Baccarat Rouge going in for Mark Duplessis, and Parisian Piper will complete the line. Dukedom's racing in the Black Club's colours here, number 2. As Parisian Piper goes in, all in for the first of the day. Starter Mr. Richardson, light turned on. And they make a good line. Favourites in the all black here, Dukedom. Racing, and Dukedom was away well. Likewise, Explosive Power, Pastel Vetrano going forward, but out to 3 and 4 wide, Parisian Piper. Likewise, a Volcanic Park and Roth Alley drifting back on the inside there of Capability. Further back in the field to Royal Gladiator. Next the outside there, Call Sign 3 deep. And then we've got the inside there. Further back, Chonky Diva. A length and a half to Baccarat Rouge, second last. And last of all is Maserati Lady. So Parisian Piper's in front. Working forward is Roth Alley. Back to third in the middle there is Volcanic Park as Call Sign goes forward, improving his Explosive Power. 3 lengths away to Dukedom. Further back to Capability. A length and 3/4 to Pastel Vetrano, Chonky Diva, Royal Gladiator. Maserati Lady last of all, still the inside Baccarat Rouge. So working Call Signs in front now. Back to second, Prescient Piper. A length and a half away third, Rothelli. Explosive Power fourth, and 50 outside. Further back is next along there. Over on the outside, Volcanic Park, and going forward, Jude Dom 3 and 4 wide. Even deeper with Royal Gladiator. Shuffle back the inside as capability, and further back to Castel Vetrano. So Poolside just in front, looming up Rothelli. Likewise, wider out Volcanic Park. Let's bring around the home turn. Prescient Piper, the inside is really kicking on here, and further back to Explosive Power. Prescient Piper just in front, coming through strongly though is Explosive Power. The outside, Rothelli, wide around there, running home as Duke Dom, but in front is Explosive Power near the line, and Explosive Power's gone on to win. Second will go the way. Capability got out and ran home late. Prescient Piper close up. Rothelli, Poolside, Capability. Baccarat.
Boom! Frank!
Vulcan Park knocked out. Maserati Lady. A one-way back, Jockey, Bean, and Roll Radiator. And then the last one, a great to judge.
Explosive Power, ridden by Brandon Lorena for Alan Chow. So the Gold Coast Connection have taken the first race here at Doomben with this likely race 3-year-old by Swain S. He'd only had the 2 starts prior for a second at Ballina, a third at Gatton. And he had the luxury of barrier 1. He was just perched up there, sitting in third spot, minding his own business. Now, the leader was Parisian Piper. Callside applied a bit of pressure to Parisian Piper, and he was just getting a luxurious run behind them, Brandon. And Explosive Power gets up to score. You can see he presents at this point. Call signs had enough. The filly there, Rothelli, she sort of had to do a little bit of work, battled on okay, probably gets fourth. So 1 beats 11, it's Explosive Power beating Capability. So again, another good draw there. Capability coming out of barrier 2. So gates 1 and 2, Bernie have run first and second. Parisian Piper last for third, and Rothelli gets fourth. So it's 1, 11, 10, 12.
Alrighty, this is just fabulous for young Alan Chow. Does such a great job with his smallish team of horses. I'm not sure how many he has. We'll ask him and find out. But well done, Alan. Come and have a chat to us. Congrats.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, obviously this horse was a beaten favourite at Gatton last time. But as you know, Gatton can bring the best of them undone.
Yeah, like as soon as I got in, Brendan came off and just said, mate, he just got lost as soon as, it'd be a tricky turning track. So we came here today for a bigger track and up to the mile, and he delivered today.
It's all about the good barriers from the mile, isn't it?
It sure does when you land boxes right away and, having...
Okay, this is what I have for the first one. I'm sorry, I was having a little problem with the connections on this sheet. So anyway, if you look at the odds, that's 3, 8, 2, and 6. Now 3 is the favorite. It is, if we look at through the rails, then 8 comes up, and 8 is the linear. 8 is the linear. Now that is there, and it's got a lot of pressure on it, and 3 is relaxed. It's with one of the best jockeys, hands down. 8 is with one of the best jockeys. So that 8 is going to be there, whether or not we like it. But that brings in the 9, because it's a maiden race, so the advantage is going to be there. So if 3 wins, which the odds says the 3 is going to win, it's got a lot of advantage. This horse has been tested at this ground, so this thing is well tested here at Sandown, and it's got advantage on the distance. It's a horse which has been running 1400 meters, and that's what we get. Okay, now it's a 3-year-old gelding in Victoria, so we've included this DICR, which helps a little bit to understand the model of the pressure which is there. So this says the pressure is not adequate on 8, wherein with 3 it is okay. It can be dealt with. This says the pressure is not adequate on this pressure is not adequate. So the possibilities that might happen. This is going to, if 3 wins, then 9 gets, obviously because that's placed right after the linear, and it's a 1400 meter. Anyways, two of the BBs they always get in, and this one is with a lot of advantage. It's placed right below the linear. So we are either looking 8-9-3 or 3-9-8. 3 and 8 are not going to be a queen. That will not happen. Chances are it's 3-9-8 for a trifecta. Now that brings us to 1. That's the largest drift with a lot of advantage. But whether or not it has advantage or what, it's still not in the game. It's got one of the best jockeys there, but it stays a check. It stays a check because if that the advantage and jockey, if that game plays, then if the advantage and the jockey plays, if that game plays, then everything else is over. If the jockey is able to identify the advantage on this horse, and if he's good, he can if he understands. Obviously this guy is one of the best jockeys here at Sandown, so he understands the track very well. So if that happens, 9 is going to get replaced. It is not in a position to win, but it can replace 9 for sure. So it's either 3-9-8 or 3-1-8, something on those lines. This one has advantage, but this is also advantage, and this is like one of the best jockeys with one of the best advantages here. So it's 3 let's say 3 wins because of all the advantages and everything that is there. Let's say 3 wins. If 3 wins, 8 is not the second one. I mean that doesn't happen. That never happens. One of the drifts they always get in, and here are the 2 possible drifts. One is 9, the other one is 1. One is with the advantage, which is more likely to happen, and this one is depending on the jockey. If the jockey is able to understand what's going on, the jockey will kick in. But bottom line, we are looking at 3. So that's what it is.
Well, probably slightly a little bit disappointed. She just began and just didn't have the right run in the race and was always chasing all the way and just a little bit weak late. So, look, Game Adrian was slightly disappointed with that, but we've done a fair bit of work at home in barriers and that because she can be a bit tardy at the start. So, as I said, done a lot of work and she's today. She's a lot fitter and hopefully she can jump well and take control of the race.
I see she's been back to the trial since that last run.
That's right, mainly because, look, a little bit of fitness and also just to get at the jump cleanly.
In race number 5, Soul Choice seems to be getting better with the racing.
She's getting better with racing. She's Look, she's honest and a trier, but she just needs to find that length. You know, it's between her winning 2 races and 5 races. She just can't find that length. But, you know, coming back to 2100 today, you know, she'll be, you know, in the first 3, and just let's hope she does find that length today to win.
And Stable's got a couple of runners there in race number 8, Hallett and Southern Charm.
Yeah, my word, Southern Charm will probably hopefully just get a nice sitting. Probably leaning to Hallett, you know, just because her run was superior last start. So, but I'm quite happy whatever one wins.
All right, best of luck with all runners.
Thanks, Mick.
There he is, Neil Payne, and just on Shiver Me Picks, if I go forward, that tactics change was in fact in relation to the YSL. My apologies, Mick, in race number 3, the option to be ridden more conservatively for that mare, and another change in race 3, number 8, rising with the option to be further forward if she begins well. Now is the hour to be ridden further forward in the upcoming race. So they are the tactics changes here. So something a look at the fixed odds now. So into 260. Now is the hour, 320 into 260, 290. Shiver Me Pick at $4.20 about a Lucen. This morning was a 440 chance, so they're keeping that gelding very, very safe first day at the races in the small field.
Yeah, small field, they're always tricky, aren't they? I've gone 2, 8, 3 and 4. I thought this was one of the toughest races on the card, despite the fact we've only got the 5 of them to deal with. I just thought Face Off could be the big improver today on top of the ground. There's been no money for him whatsoever. Bryce Hayes trains this son of Russian Revolution, who I thought put in an even effort first up down there at Kembla, when finishing 4th behind Show Business, was beaten around 4 lengths. He tried so hard. Maybe it was in the inferior going, but I just think he can take a big leap forward second up today with firmer footing. Natural Willer on board. I got Shiver Me Pink in for second. I thought she was a little bit plain first up there at Gosford, but you got to take into account that she had a long time off the scene. I think she'd been away from the races for close to a year. She's been back to the trials. You would think she'd be screwed down and ready to go. Second run back from a spell today. Now is the hour. Was in the stewards report there last time out. Went 4th behind, flying for above. Things just didn't work out there at Canterbury last start. Has had a bit of a gap between runs, comes back to the 1100 metres. James McDonald on board. Beautifully bred conveyance by I'm Invincible out of Ravi, who, remember, was a very well-accomplished Reduced Choice mare. I think she might have won a Group 3 and placed a number of times in other black-type races.
I think you're right. I think she won a Shiraka.
I think she might have, yeah. For Olafson, I'll put in for 4, who's been doing good things at the trials. Bjorn Baker trains this son of Zoostar, who I thought trialled quite well recently when 4th behind Captain Eagle there at Rose Hill on the 6th of March. That was over the 900 metres. Was really just starting to warm up when the trial was over. 2, 8, 3 and 4.
Cat on a Hot Tin Roof, interesting filly.
Frank, 3-win Wyoming.
Peter Snowden. That filly catchy one at Arrowfield at Dagle. I think ran 3rd in a Caulfield Guineas. It carries the familiar Crabtree family colours. So Browband first time, the Equicast first time, and the tongue tie goes on. Cat on a Hot Tin Roof, the outsider at $19 here as they make their way around to the gates. So there is now is the hour on track. On the track heading to the gates at 4th, as you say, Canterbury first up over the 1250. This comes back to the 1100 metres for the second run. This preparation and the blinkers importantly go on.
Yes, and to be ridden by James McDonald, and you'd be on pretty good terms with yourself if you took the $1.50 in the Jockeys Challenge following race number 1 with James McDonald collecting the maximum, 3 points there, with Congressman scrambling home there in race number 1, and he partners now is the hour. The new fixed odds favourite here in race number 2.
Okay, there's Jason Collard on screen with Lucen having his first day at the races. He's had a couple of trials recently, March 6th at Rose Hill and prior to that on February 24 at Randwick. And they'll come up shortly here as we close in on start time. So late mail numbers here, 2, 8, 3 and 4. First favourite was heavily backed and got the job done, and they're buttering up again with that Wall McDonald combination here with Now Is the Hour, who was just shading Shiver Me Pink, who got out to 280. This comes back into 270. 460 about the other one. Lucen at $9 a face off, who's out 3 points from earlier today as the rider of the Cat on a Hot Tin Roof is just out of the saddle temporarily. Tom Sherry riding for Peter Snowden. So about to come up. Let's try to work on that filly Cat on a Hot Tin Roof ahead of the second event as we head upstairs. Here's Darren.
been well backed. It's dropping right back in distance from 1250 to 1100 metres, but it's only a field of 5 and the plan is to go forward. It is ready and raring to go here now as the hour. James McDonald looking for the first 2 winners of the day. Yet Congressman under a vigorous ride and got the timing spot on to nose out on Malone right on the post in the first of the day. Ship and Be Pink, who was a clear favourite this morning, is out to $2.70. And Olison for Garby is $4.60. All set now. There's the light. Ready for the second, and they're off and racing, and Shiver Me Pink began pretty sharply. Olison jumped well, and now with the hours handy on the outside from face off the rails, and 3 lengths to Cat on a Hot Tin Roof. Shiver Me Pink shows the way, and now as the other outright favourite goes to second, followed by Face Off, just being restrained on the inside of Olison, and 3 lengths away to Cat on a Hot Tin Roof. So Shiver Me Pink being eyeballed now, or by the other favourite here now as the hour. Although McDonald just took a little hold there, and Shiver Me Pink retains the lead by a half length to now with the hour. 2 off to Face Off on the inside of Olison, and making a little bit of headway at the rear is Cat on a Hot Tin Roof. 400 metres to go, Shiver Me Pink ahead in front, and now with the hour. Olison being scrubbed up, Face Off the fence, and then came Cat on a Hot Tin Roof, but turning for home now. And now with the hour lays it down to Shiver Me Pink. Now with the hour puts the head in front, but Olison's in for the fight on the outside. And quickly Olison moved up to take the lead and kicks away. It's Olison beating now with the hour, and Cat on a Hot Tin Roof from it. Last has got up to run third. Shiver Me Pink got pretty tied, and Face Off was last to finish.
Oh, there's a nice start to his racing career. Elusive on the outside will go over the top of them and win. He sat back, Dick Collett, and then got him mobile coming to the home corner, and he sets out after the well back. Now is the hour, and really went straight on by 470 and 210. Now is the hour second. Early has made up some very good ground into third spot, and the early leader, Shiver Me Pink, has wound up in fourth.
Yes, a nice performance, wasn't it, from this 3-year-old son of Zoo Star, who'd had a nice little grounding with a number of trials leading in. It was ridden patiently today. It showed a really good turn of foot.
A couple of things to note. The 9 and 6, these people are like that. They are a dysfunctional team as well. They are a very dysfunctional team. That's that. And I'm going to be out in the first one. That's what I usually do. I'm going to see the first one, and we'll also get an idea how the track is playing. So I am not in the first one, I'm out. And we'll see how it works. The 8 is the linear. The favorite is 3. And there are a lot of other horses with a very dysfunctional team. And that's what we have. Still not up.
Yeah, it took a little bit longer to get going than we'd hoped, but he put a good performance together today, and I think he's going to a lot of upside to come.
It was a very typically patient Jason Collett ride, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. He got into a lovely spot. He just hit a flat spot in the corner, and then no sooner later he picked it up, and it was always going to be hard to beat when he got to the outside. He's been really strong late in his trials, and Jason was confident whatever he did today he'd improve on, but he got the job done, so he's exciting.
Yeah, it was great to see him really flatten out late and put the favourite away.
Yeah, I think there's going to be he's going to get better as he gets out over further as well, and he's still relatively immature, so plenty to come.
He'll move 4, 3, 5 and 8, and Jason Collett pilots this fella the victory today in the second event on the program. Jason's with us. He had a lovely run throughout, and he hit the line very well, didn't he?
He did, yeah. He's got a bit of substance to him. He's come on since that trial, and was in good time in that trial. And yeah, I was impressed what he did today, because he's definitely come on.
You've had a fair bit to do with him pretty well from the get-go.
I did, yeah, first trial, early days, and then obviously had that break. As you would have heard, he's obviously well related. But it was a 5-horse field, so we were positioned nicely. But, you know, he got the job done.
How's the track feel out there?
Track's lovely, quite a bit of fill on the inner, so you know, 2 favoured runners are up there on the inside, so maybe it's not the place to be.
Okay, mate, well done.
Thanks.
Good job. Jason Collett takes out the second event on the program. Okay, 103.38, 33.91 the last 100 metres and a half by a half neck on race 2 here from Wyong.
Okay, we'll leave it there. A fulsome 472.10 now is the
That's Sandown.
Hopefully she does run well, but let's hear what she's got to say about the Muppet Man.
Did have a little bit of a scratch, and so yeah, but it's been nice to relax pre-race, just having a lot less to see. So hopefully that doesn't take too much away from the sprint and that.
It's enjoyed the yard, which looks like it's a nice improvement from the first one.
Yeah, you know, definitely a bit more muscle tone wise.
What are the tactics today?
I messed it up for you and went to the telling hard race with bring a fast start. He knows we need to bring a cover from the start. Obviously, every smaller field is not true and stuff. So it's about.
Runners are very confident, been well backed. The same confident as well.
Yeah, I'm confident we've prepared a horse trial for us today.
Good luck.
Thank you.
So there we go, and there looks like the sport tumbles.
And when the gate's open, it's down, Saddle's got the option of doing what he's going to do, but all I've taken out about it is the get the sense that the horse is really quiet, so whether it's going to get the opportunity to do something in small field, because Simo said that the week had gone from barrier 1, so we'll be able to get. Yeah, he really goes forward, but big market, back market, where Present Soul has been back market, so to Miles Luna. It's probably seen to the other option. The way I think this race is up and down to about the Sumo said, taking the mail, clearly either outside the wheel or pressing on it. Rest. So, the opposite leader in this race, first start, dominant yarn came out. Just that horse back looked like they may go to the lead, dropping away. And that was still, but actually called forward for the first. Two down forward, if that's the case, and hit the centre.
So, that 3 has a huge opening odd, which is a little difficult to understand with the first race. It's either right or it is artificial. But we'll just watch the first one. It's a lot of traffic on that particular horse. Number 3. The linear is 8. Why should the linear lose?
Sullivan and Seymour and Fish taken at the intercept. Myler, right on starting line here for the first of 8. And a scored to be set out. Wednesday meeting to be sitting for a while. Strong field today. Now going in is Myler. Field set. While that race should have had to get underway and stand out.
of the field of 6 away. This mark leaked the backward 7 by Luna. Going back to the second last, the Muffin Man broke well and then today from rotating soul after 150 metres. And it came Sumo standing third of the best. Next is Juliet, second last to the inside. This mark and by Luna is out of the tail. So it's the Muffin Man doing it from the front today. They reach the 1,000 marker by a length. There's no speed from rotating soul. Sumo standing is third. Fourth the outside Juliet, about 2 lengths to the big mark and by Luna. And they went off to the back section. Front runner is the Muffin Man. 160 odd on favour to the 800 metres. Taking out by a length to the rotating soul. Juliet third outside of Sumo Sandy. Then came by Luna and after all is his mark as they approach the home corner. 650 metres to go. The front runner is the Muffin Man from rotating soul. And the lead tries to dial it up before the corner. Sumo Sandy trying to edge away from the fence to go back to the inside. And then came Juliet presenting. So it's the Muffin Man Stoke that has plenty of company. Rotating solely out of Sumo standing back to the rails. And Juliet, the line of 4 taking the Muffin Man, who still had a kick. 200 metres to go. It's the Muffin Man finding from Juliet, Sumo standing, rotating soul. It's the Muffin Man, 50 metres to go. Saving the off and the Muffin Man. The Muffin Man from Sumo standing, Juliet, rotating soul. Again, the fifth mark and marked by Luna. Pretty well excited and they got to probably the tip, but knowing the sports pretty well, into the crowd, decided to think about the girl and to get the momentum.
Three.
Going full well, but a couple were getting closer. It was the Muffin Man there, successful after running off this first race of the program, 150 and 130. Sumo family. From that jump out in the crowd, going back to the inside after the shooting back to the went to roll from the point to the corner second. Sumo Sandy. There was put by Daniel Hall, 3 months to the back with the gun, and fully over the outside third on the top of the marathon for Archie Alexander. 3, 2, and 8, fourth of the nine rotating soul, fifth of the 1 Bismarck, third of 1, 26,
3, 2, 8, and 9. 3, 2, 8, and 9. So we'll take a look at what happened. The 3 went through. We thought the 9 will get in, but the 9 was not able to get in because of that dysfunctional team. The 1 had advantage, but the same advantage was there with 2 as well. And it's just a team which is better. They are new. These people, they have an idea of what they're dealing with. So the drifts, this was the highest one, this was the second highest. I stayed out of this because this has no races. This one did not have any races, but this one did get in because of the teamwork. There's nothing else. It's just the teamwork. This is probably ego. This is probably ego. Alright, we'll go to the next one, see what's happening. We'll put on Wyoming.
Last start, there was some excuses, got squeezed out at the start and then was obliged to race wide.
Rightio, that is how the ladies looked in the yard. There's your hot favourite, Fashion Flash, at $1.50, Max.
Yes, a filly by press statement. She's had 5 starts for 4 placings, and some of the runs were really good. Last start, she was given a lovely ride by Sam Collett, and she had the right draw, and she was well backed. The winner is pretty smart, though, I think, Rival.
Yeah.
And Sam presented her at the top of the straight, and I thought she was going to, give a really good kick, but she didn't. She played it out. Maybe she was getting to the 1400 yards, looking up a bit quick.
That particular day was when they needed to be up against the inside.
Yeah. Yeah. So, on a maiden form, she's clearly the horse that they've all got to be here, number 8. But I'm going to go with the 6 at a bit of a price for Chris and Corey Muntz. Been a little bit of a nibble for Champagne Rouge, 13 down to 11. She's had 7 starts. At start 2, she ran second here. And at start 7 before a spell, she ran second at Eagle Farm. So she's shown enough ability.
I've actually got to apologise, Maxie, because we should look at her now. I accidentally scratched her in my form this morning.
Okay, yeah.
And even though I wrote in big letters, not scratched, because it had a line still through it, I skipped over her in the yard. So maybe we should have a look at her now.
Chestnut
She's your top tip anyway. Obviously, Chris Corey, you mentioned Siobhan Rutledge to riding really well.
She is, absolutely, the Irish girl. Doing a really good job, and Chris is happy to put her on.
Yep.
She's got a good chance a little later chief witness. This filly's returning here. Yeah, she could be in need of the run. First up, 13.50. She wasn't asked to do a lot of that trial, and it was a solid trial. Trapeze Alert came out of it to win, and the third horse came out of it to run second, called Elron. So the trial was okay. But as I said, there is a little bit of a nibble in a couple of points from 13 down to 11. So we'll go with her number 6. Fashion Flash, definitely number 8. She's got the blinkers on today. Everything's been thrown at her. And this looks absolutely tailor-made. Hard to leave the 4 out. Tarja, that Tony Gollan's mare here on her last start. And this is a similar race to that. She's closing off well. And then Divine Dye, the one that I think could be a good value runner here. She's at $31. She's out from 21. Form is a little bit better than it looks at the glance.
Well, I wouldn't say that there's no support at all for her. She's gone $6.50 to $11, so that looks very, very ugly. But she didn't. She looked great in the yard. She's got plenty of scope. I anticipate the 13.50 to really be in her favour here today and be somewhere near the front end of up the front of the van, as you say, Maxie.
Yep, that's it.
So we'll see. And that's no knock at all on this favourite. It's just purely a price issue, isn't it? So she's my second pick. And I'll be, like you say, if she turns up today, she probably just wins. Tarjala and Divine Dye. I also did like the look of Laurie's horse,
Sabina, yeah, getting blinkers on first time. She did make good ground the other day, though they did go really quickly, but it was a nice debut, yeah.
All right, let's get to Anthony for a quick market update.
Okay, Bernie, as they mill around there, favourites 155. That's about as long a price as we've bet throughout betting. 150, 145, in fact. That's as short as she got, and she's now 155. So basically, that's the best price you've got for the bulk of the morning and the early afternoon. 155 Fashion Flash. Telejat's at 550, and you can write your own ticket about the rest of it. Let's get to Josh as they load the second at Doomben.
Favourite barrier 1, Fashion Flash. And we're just about right. The light turned on. Race number 2. Barrier 1, the fave. Right, blinking. Got 1, Fashion Flash. Still holding. 1 or 2 dancing about. Messiah Falutin, Strombolic Delight. Fashion Flash in 1. Still no breakfast yet. About 155, the favourite here. Racing now, and Fashion Flash away okay. Out wide, Champagne Rouge and Tangerland both began well, landing third. Stromboli Delight and going forward. It's Sibila over on the outside. Improving is now Divine Dye. That's the inside. Fashion Flash, and wide round is drifting back. Miss High for Luton. Further back to Show Me the Stars and Rose of Liberty. Margot Star, Emma Tarazu, Tango Spirit. Last of all, Lovey Dovey. So Sibila's in front. Second, Stromboli Delight. Third, Tangerland. Fourth, the inside is Divine Dye. Wide route, Champagne Rouge and Fashion Flash. About 60 inside. A length and a half to Miss High for Luton. Further back to Show Me the Stars. Wide route, Tango Spirit between the Margot Star. A mile back is Amaterasu. Likewise, further back, Rose of Liberty and Lovey Dovey. So Sibila is still in front. Second, the outside, Stromboli Delight. Third, the inside Tangelap. Fashion Flash is still fifth. The inside at spots of speed about 5 out the 350. Sabilla's in front by a length and a half. Trying hard the outside. Stromboli Delight. Next the outside. Here comes Fashion Flash. Revving hard now. Further back the inside Tangelap. In front Sabilla. Fashion Flash on the outside. Sabilla's in front. Not for long. Fashion Flash grabbing the lead now. And Fashion Flash has won. Second Sabilla. Third Stromboli Delight. A 504 between Tangelap, Missile for Luton. Further back, Show Me the Star, Champagne Rouge. Margot Star, followed by Lovey Dovey, Divine Die, Tango Spirit, Rose of Liberty, and Emma Terrazas pulled up at the rear.
Well, it was hard work, but the hot favourite has got the money at start number 6, Fashion Flash. She's been ultra consistent and a deserving winner. She was under a fair bit of pressure coming towards the bend, but she did get it reasonably cheap from that good draw. Robbie Dolan looking after it early, and then he sort of got about from about the 600 to pick up ground. Sibilia, who was tailed off at her first start, got blinkers today. What a difference they make. She bounced quickly, she took the lead and was in front with 50 metres to go. She did get out to $81, Sibilia. So she's given her connections a great side there, but the right result, she was overdue. Fashion Flash for Simons and Laxon, ridden by Robbie Dolan. A terrific steer, and she gets the money. The back third was Strongly Delight, and then
Frankie for Dumben.
turning into the straight. It's at this point here, putters that took the short price about Fashion Flash are thinking, oh gee, that leader, that roughie's going strongly, Bernie, but I think it'll wash up the right result. She deserved to get that win.
Yeah, she did, Baxi. You mentioned her consistency. She's still lightly raced. And we do know that her trainers in particular like to give their horses a bit of time to mature, and that's just what this lady's doing. Well done, Sheila.
Oh, thank you. At long last. You know, she'd been knocking on the door, and the team had done a great job while we've been away, and it's super to come home and have that happen.
As in, you've been away on holiday?
No, working, darling. I won't.
Obviously, she's just taken a little time to really find that niche.
Yes, well, actually, if you'd seen her probably 9 months ago, she was quite small.
Right, this is what we have for the second one. If you look, that's what it looks like. 10-5-1. And if we look through the handicapping, that 10 is here with the highest advantage. That 10 is here with one of the highest advantage. It's the best team hands down. Rest everything is like that. 10 is the best team with a lot of advantage, one of the best jockeys. Now let's talk about 7, which is the favorite. Now the 7 is a good one. It's not bad. It's not bad. But if we have to look at 7, it's 176. The closest one is 175. So then we have to talk about 2 as well, which has got 4 league races, out of which it actually got 2 of them. Now the 7 is, if we look at how this is, then these 2 are neutral horses. 5 and 6 are neutral horses. They are not in a winning position. The handicapping is on that 4-year-old mare, which is 4. 7 is a 5-year-old gelding with a little relaxation given here. That's there, and this is a horse which is going to be a neutral on a grade above than benchmark 64, but it's a third up, and that's an advantage. But it lacks this side of the rails, which is a problem. If we look at 5, it has both sides of the rails, but it's a neutral. 6 is going to be a neutral on a grade above. It is a neutral here, so we'll not talk about 6 here now today. 1 is the outer drift, which should be getting into as a place. It is a place. So generally, the drifts they get in, and the 10 is with a lot of advantage. There's no clarity in this race. The 7 is the favorite, but it lacks this side of the rails, which is not a great idea to go with this one. It's the favorite. If we go with the favorite, we go with the favorite. That is a separate thing. This one, 10 winning, is 10 winning is not going to be easy. 10 winning is not going to be easy because it's a benchmark 64. If this was a little lower, maybe 10 would have gone through, but 10 is hands down the best arrangement. 10 is hands down the best arrangement there. The other thing which is in question is probably this 2. This is through the rails. It doesn't have this side, and the difference between 1, which is a drift. Okay, so a drift. This one is a drift. This one is also a drift, but it's a linear drift. If we consider that these two are not there, all right. If we consider that these two are not there, 7 and 4 are not there, then 10 becomes the linear. That is a maiden situation. But 2 is a solid one. 2 is a solid one. And that's what it is. It is also the one which is through the rails with a lot of league races and everything that's going on. But the 7 is the favorite. I wanted to go with this one at least. Going with 10 is a gamble. The 10, if the teamwork is solid, it's got a lot of advantage. That 10 has a lot of advantage. If that 10 wins, then the 10 wins. Then 7 is nowhere. Because if 10 wins, then a neutral will get in. Then the neutral is the second position. And probably that drift will get in before the neutral. So it's not... I don't know. What's your take, PC? What's your take, PC? What do you think? Frank, what do you think? I don't like this one. The first one was okay. This one is because as a linear, that horse doesn't have any support. The 4 doesn't have any support. The 7 lacks the rail. That 2 is in a devastating position. And the 10 technically should not win. So Technically, 10 is an EW. 5 is a neutral. It cannot win.
Yeah, he's $6 sitting on the next line of betting. The Kip Cutsmere pretty safe too. We'll come to her in a moment. And that is Schwarzschild. Late mail timing, 4 minutes out or a fraction over. They're off to the start.
You can make a case for a number of these. I'm going to go 6, 1, 5 and 7, putting photographics on top. I just think she's probably got some of the best 1,000-metre form. She's already won a couple of races in town this preparation. I thought she tried really hard behind, catch the glory there last time out in a midway at Wyong when finishing at, not at Wyong, at Randwick rather. And it was a good winner at Randwick earlier, this preparation, defeating Shelby and Everyone's a Star. That was over the shorter trip. So I just think she can posse up behind the leaders. If the gap presents late, I think she looks as good a chance as any. Wonder Reach going really well at the moment. Returned to Warwick Farm last time out and was a really good winner, defeating Admitted by more than 2 lengths. There was a little bit of give in the track that day, but you go back and have a look at his dry track form. It's pretty solid. 5, Bavaria, just pulled up a bit of a slow recovery after that country championships race up there at Port Macquarie last start, beaten 6.5 lengths. Had to do plenty of work, and I just don't think 1200's her go. Certainly can't blame Connections for having her throw up the stumps, but this is her wheelhouse. This is her bread and butter. 1,000 metres. She'll love it round here at Wyong. And Joie was very good in a highway last start when finishing third behind Clear Thinking, not beaten all that far. She was right up on top of the speed that day, but she doesn't have to lead to be effective. We've seen her come from behind in the past. 6, 1, 5 and 7.
Okay, so it might also be her sweet spot, the 1,000 metres as they're at the gates and about to come in. Race number 5 today kicks off the first leg of the Quaddie. So 220, Wonder Reach looking for back-to-back victories. Favourite over photographs for Maria. And then Capsmere, who you mentioned there, in Joicel, who they've kept very safe. So the 6 starts, she's won 3 of them, and she's also had another minor placing in there. She struck wet tracks, as did most horses in that period. Sort of in the winter of last year where we got rain seemingly for weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks on end, but she's had the 2 runs back now. Both have been on top of the ground, and Kat brings her back from the 1,200 to the 1,000 for this assignment today.
Yeah, I've seen a fair bit of her. She kicked off her career out at Dubbo. She won a couple of races out there, showing a really good turn of foot. She was very effective, winning a race up there at Scone as well over the 1,100 metres. So she's a real winner. She's worked her way through the grades quite nicely, and her run in highway grade last time out was good behind Clear Thinking, who we know has a really big boom on him. So you would think that's sort of pretty good form for a race like this.
Late mail numbers here, 6157, the previous race. Osmosis' full brother, Lucen, came over the top of them to win for Björn Baker and Jason Collett in the opening race today, taken out literally in the last top by Congressman, who nabbed on Malone right on the peg to win by about a short half head or so on the line. So it's the last look at the market. 220 though. Wonder Reach running favourite here. It's over a minute out on a perfect day weather-wise. Tomorrow at Newcastle, the another provincial championship qualifier.
This mother of two just...
So it's race number 7 tomorrow at about, I think it's 5 to 5. And 2 more from that heat will go through the final on day 2 of the championships.
Yeah, exactly right. And I'm very much looking forward to getting to Scone on Friday too for the Northern Country Championships wildcard up there. The field is out, and Nova itself is the short price favourite. Aaron Bullock takes the ride, and it's currently at $2.10. But there's a few others there that will certainly be able to challenge. A Lubrication, Tornado Express, and Rematch all given chances as well. So that looms as a really interesting race also.
Getting set pretty quickly now. Here's the third event as we head upstairs. Wyong to Darren Flindell.
Rising moves in. Brett Kavanagh with 2 in this. So Rising has the white cap. Now the second favourite, Photographics, moving into line. And Angara going forward. Angara goes into line, and Fielding moving up. Fielding about to go forward riderless. And Bavaria is next in the queue, going forward.
7 sand, 5 in Wyong.
Reach and Photographics, $2.90. $5 now about Bavaria. Bavaria, $5. And Joisel, best of the rest, are at $8. So 7 running in this 1,000-metre dash. And they're all set to go now. There's the line. Ready to go. Race 3 here a while. Overdrawn the fence. And the racing, blowing the start somewhat. There was Joisel a clear last. Wonder Reach got well off the inside. Bit of pressure though. Rising's going forward. The outer fielding a handy third. Followed by Bamari on the outside of Photographic, improving 2 after Angara, and a gap back to Joisel last of all. So Wonder Reach does his thing, races to the leader, but under restraint here from Braithnock, a narrow leader from Rising, 2.5 to fielding. Then Photographics is being run off its feet early, really being reined along to keep up. Further back to Angara, Bamari are not travelling well. Last of all is Joisel coming around the turn, and Wonder Reach and narrow leader from the long price Rising on the outside. Then came Fielding and Photographics at the 250, and Braithnock gives the favourite a bit more rain now. Wonder Reach had beat off the roughies. Photographics is running on into second, but Wonder Reach is going to lead all the way. Wonder Reach beat Photographics. Fielding's won third at odds, just in front of Rising. Further back to Angara. The Murray had dropped out a long way from home, and Joisel was never a chance after the party start.
What do they say? Let fast horses be fast horses. Braithnock did exactly that on the favourite Wonder Reach there, who found the front as he likes to do, and he got...
Quite sharp. I'm not sure what the backstory is and why it was.
Hang on the race. To Ascot.
Pretty much ready to go, set it up. I don't think you can look much better. So, yeah, good also. Hello, mate.
She beat there, and again, Cinderella Slopes, and the long day, and then ran 6th in the Vobus Gold Rush in April last year. Has been cited publicly in the races since then. Is that for a jump out?
It's like upwards, man. You have to really see it's been multi-man fish, which is a little bit solid. So it's probably like to see it's a little bit more up, and the other two have a bit more spread from the yard. So maybe just have to
7 is Mr. Magnus, also the last step down there, the trip there.
I think talking about 1,000. Good race, and those two handicap had like 64 the people that should take up the supposed to pack it up time. Not for people that shuttle when they get into the road, so back to the ground starts. Has lost it finished the last start off the way to the other way.
PC 10 wins sand. that's the only possibility, but that I can't see beyond 10. To be honest, I can't see beyond 10. That's but you know that position is a little tricky. Generally that doesn't happen. It gets into this. It's generally a second horse pool. Both of them are second horse pool, the 10 and the 1. The question is now whether the 7 will win. The 7 doesn't. 7 is far from everything. I'm very scared of that 2. You know, I don't know what that's a 6-year-old gelding, has got 37 races. But it's a dangerous one.
I think of all these race. He might be the one that has the most scope to keep it working through the grade.
I'm going to put 10 coffee. 10 coffee. EW. There's nothing that I can actually see beyond 10, but the 2 is a dangerous one. This one is with a lot of advantage for a 6-year-old with 4 league races. It's a lot of advantage to that horse.
Point here by Robbie Clinton with Mr. Makers. Looks like he's coming to this race really well. He's had about 1 fault since that last run. What have you done with him since then? We didn't go a couple of weeks ago, and
Yeah, it looks like they're very professional, PC. These people, they know their job. They know very well. They are hands down the best team. There's no doubt on that. There's no doubt on that. They have the highest advantage in terms of handicapping. Everything looks too good on 10. But my only apprehension is this, that, the placing of that 2, the placing of that 10 is in a way from the rails, which is an EW position. If it had a little more drift, or was one of the linears, I think that would have given us a little more clarity, but
very consistently hospital. They're not discussing the chances of the match. Nothing wrong with still there, but any interpretation
that 2 is a check. There's nothing. There's nothing. I can't. I mean, it's a gamble. It's weird. Three.
Two for the back of five, off the mother, followed by DQ, and Rocket Tiger. Going to Hollywood is to make the two for the lot to do. 300 to go, and there is down on the inside of Coronado. For the Queen horses, five off, picking up in the centre. Rocket Tiger behind them, followed by DQ. It's Coronado moved ahead of Coronado out by five off, for the 100 metres to go. Five across the speed from Rocket Tiger, just the back of the nowhere, but to the right.
3-2. Lewis! Beautiful Lewis.
Five cross, number 3 the winner. Second to the 1,000 metres here. Sandown, fifth to the green.
Boom! Lewis. Did we get the 10 as a EW, man? Oh, this was a different race altogether. This is something that we were not prepared with. I was getting a feeling that this is not going to. I was getting a feeling that this is not going to play well because of how things are laid, you know. So I'll show you. That 7 was the favorite. So the 7 is the favorite, but as a linear, it's not in a very strong position. A linear has to be like, you know, like the above one. This is a linear. This is not a linear. If this is not a linear, then it has to have the rails. It did not have anything. Like in this case, it is not the linear, but it had the rails. This one doesn't have any of those support lines. So that's totally depending on the fact that this is a good horse. A good horse versus situation are two different things. I mean, a horse can be very good. The 10, on the other hand, had all the advantage, but it's never a winner. It cannot win the race. It's generally a EW. So is one. That these two are monkeys, which are neutral horses, 5 and 6. So we are left with these two. Now both of them got in 2, 3, and then what, I don't know. 2, 3, 7, 4. The 10 did not make it. 2, 3, 7, and 4. So that good horse, the 7, actually may need to be on fence on the pace at Hillside. Well, you know, to get the pace, how will to speed up, it needs to have fuel, and the fuel is how the weights has been assigned on that horse. So even if they want to get the speed or the pace, they need to have that fuel to get that pace. And here is the fuel. That is the fuel. So that's the fuel which has been assigned. Yeah, brilliant job, Lewis.
The one, Casterly Rock, with the winkers on for the first time to be 5, 10, 7 and 4.
I am with the favourite here, Explosive Tycoon, sort of barrier, helps talk me into it, and I do think this is a fairly competitive sort of a race. Love the $19 as each way play the 11 here. Elrond, who paraded beautifully, needs a little bit of luck from the draw, doesn't he? But yeah, lovely parade and a great effort at his first start there at Sunshine Coast. I like Castle Rock as well, and I'm also putting in the 6. I actually changed those numbers to 7, 6. If I move that roughly up in a second, hold on. Top Way Castle Rock and Red Lake Harbour. Stay there as well. So 7, 6, 1 and 11. Anthony? There at the moment, Explosive Tycoon is the $2.50 favourite here. Just the Buskers Queensland taxi.
Martin Harley getting a few opportunities for Tony Gollan. He probably would have been on that horse going in there. Will It Snow? Rides a lot for Bevan Laming, but maybe he's got to get these opportunities from the big stable and run with it right a few winners.
Absolutely. Alrighty. They do look like they're loading up. I might quickly go to Anthony for a market update.
Explosive Tycoon $2.50 now. Bernie in front of Busker $5. He's on the drift. Casterly Rock $6. Ninjutsu's at $7. So pretty firm favourite, this Explosive Tycoon. Some of those that shopped early got as much as $5 about this horse. So very firm favourite. $2.40 now, right at the depth.
Bill Petrino was full of himself in the yard and just reared very high over there, didn't he?
He is dancing around, isn't he? So, yeah, that was very, very high. Really nasty accident, but he's all right now. And he's in fact in the barrier. So here's Josh for the call.
Gate 1 the fave. And they're all
Frankie
in.
10 on the doom bet.
One bob in the hand. Inside Marble the favourite racing. Explosive Tycoon away well, with also out wide Vermilion Kieran. Elrond is going forward. Handy is Casterly Rock. Wide round there, Too Long is going up there. Likewise in Jitsu. Further back to Remlap Carver. A length and a half to Top Spur. Will It Snow. 3 lengths away to Il Petrino. Next the outside Busker, then well clear from National Interest and Calamine King. It's about 6 lengths away. So the outside in Jitsu just with the lead. Elrond is second. Working up into third, Too Long, 3 wide. Followed further back by Vermilion Kieran. The favourite running through is Explosive Tycoon. A length and a half to Casterly Rock. And further back to Will It Snow, Remlap Carver. Top Spur, Il Petrino, Basket, and National Interest. So the inside running up again. Elrond narrowly in front, second in Jitsu. Wide round Too Long. The favourite Explosive Tycoon is fourth, the inside. Wide round Casterly Rock, and further back in the field to Vermilion Kieran. The inside Elrond, and in Jitsu still the first couple at the 300. The inside Explosive Tycoon's got room to come through now. Casterly Rock down the outside, Vermilion Kieran, but here comes the favourite driving through. Explosive Tycoon grabbing the lead away from Elrond. Thundering home is National Interest out wide. Just misses. Explosive Tycoon's one ahead to National Interest. Not sure third. Up there is Elrond. Massive run, Too Long. Casterly Rock, Vermilion Kieran, followed by Will It Snow. Top Spur, Ninjutsu, Remlap Carver, Il Petrino, Basket, and Calamine King only just coming over the line and barely beating the Ambo line.
7-2-6, maybe 1 for fourth. Well, he was sort of out on his legs there, wasn't he, the last little bit? Luckily, he had barrier 1, Explosive Tycoon. We saw National Interest with a wet sail right down the outside. Just ran out of time, but Martin Harley just pushing the head down of the winner there, Explosive Tycoon. You see him getting up inside of Elron, who crossed and led. And as Josh mentioned, Toulon has been able to hold on and run a place just behind him there in those white sleeves. Coming off a 650-metre trial. It was left to National Interest to charge late and has just missed out. Casterly Rock was okay there. Did have to cover a bit of ground from about the 600. And you can see Martin Harley. He's very patient. We've seen him before with some of his rides. Our benefactor and Save the Dream. Nice and patient. You just got to wait. 9 times out of 10, the gap will come. And this was a massive gap that he got. And Bernie, he needed every bit of it.
He certainly did, Maxie. As we mentioned pre-race, it was a really competitive race, sort of, between a whole bunch of runners. And when a race is like that and it's really competitive, barriers mean everything, don't they, Tone? You love barrier 1.
Yeah, we do, particularly around speed tracks like Doomben. But he's a really nice horse. He's been a work in progress. He had a lot of trainer error and immaturity in himself. Last preparation, I probably did everything wrong I could with him, and this time round it's all about him to switch off, finish off. And we had a good alley today, and I didn't want to come out and make us find that spot. You'll see Marty really took his time rolling into there, and it was always going to be tricky once you record him there because you have to get off that part. But he's nice and patient, and the horse is just learning all the time. So when the run came, he was able to quicken, and he won quite well.
Yeah, I mean, you could really see in the early days he was quite the loosey-goosey. He just wasn't the full package and he just wasn't handling everything.
Yeah, I still don't think he is. I think he's still way off, to be honest. He's a 3-year-old horse, but he's probably going to be so much better when he's 4 and later on. I think that's when all his best racing will be. And he will get out a little bit further. I don't know whether I'll go there yet. I did have him in the race 1 today, the mile, and he's just still learning far too much, I think, to go there. So he's a nice horse. We'll keep him in work for another run or so, and then as the carnival approaches us, we'll give him a break and we'll see him come back as a late 3 or 4-year-old. And all his best racing's definitely out of him.
And we have seen him finish off really well from even further back. I mean, today I think your hand was forced. You had that barrier 1 and you really didn't want to let that big bunch of horses in between you and the leader today. But do you think that's the case when you can get him out to the mile and get him to switch off?
Oh, I think so. And as you get up in grade, you better races. So they run more truly. It's a walk and dawdle and run race that. And a lot of, moderate horses. So, I mean, you've got to have him in the position to win. But, yeah, later on when he can be ridden a little bit quieter and finish off, you'll see him get further and he'll be a better horse.
Well done, Tone.
Thank you.
All right, Martin, well done. For the Irishman, how did you celebrate St. Paddy's Day?
How we legal?
All right, this is the third one. We look at the odds. Odds are 5, 13, 11, and 4. That 5 is the favorite. Then there's this 13, which is there. 11, 4. All that is there. Now, if we try and look through these rails, that 5 doesn't have any support. Plus, it is a drift. It's not a linear. It's in good hands. It probably will get a place, but it's not in a winning position. That is not a winning position in a 2400 meter or any distance. That's not a winning position. That's an EW, probably a second or a third place. So now, if we look at the rails, that 11 has a lot of support going on. The 4 is well within the rails. It's a good horse. It's a very good horse, which is well within the rails. It's a linear, which is relaxed, and that's how it is. It has also one of the best jockeys, but that's not the only one which is within the rails. The other one which is within the rails is this 6-year-old Gilding. Now, if we look at the pressure, the pressure is not adequate on any of these. This one is running below 20%, so it's very, very weird to expect that to win with a 20% pressure. Less than 20%, it generally doesn't work. If it works today, that will be one of out of million situation. It's in good hands, but that's how will that work is I don't know. It has advantage with the distance. It has been to this distance. It has done a lot of stuff. All that is there, but it is not within the rails. The first one here, the 7, was the favorite, which was not within the rails. So you cannot win if you do not have the support from both sides of the rails. It doesn't work. The physics will kick in. It is just plain and simple physics, no matter what we do. So that's that. Now, 4 is a good one. It's a very good horse. It's a very good horse. It's got pressure, and it's good. 6 is that one, the 10 of the last race. The other one in question is 7. Please let me know your thoughts about that 7, because that 7 is in a very devastating position. It's also within both sides of the rails. It's got advantage in terms of pressure, and it's a 6-year-old gelding. We just saw that both of those 6-year-old geldings giving us tight slaps on our faces. So that's what it is. Now, coming to the fuel, they are also with these 6-year-old geldings. So if that 7 gets in, that 1 is going to get in. They're tailing gates. So honestly, we're racing here in Victoria. Now, the difference between the New South Wales racing and Victorian racing is a lot. It's not as what they do in New South Wales, but the physics remains the same. The science remains the same. Here, they have horses that can actually deliver certain things that is not possible in New South Wales because of their handicapping pattern. The minimum weight which they actually allow is about 60 kilograms, which is 2 or 2.5 kilo more than New South Wales. So these horses in Victoria, they're very strong horses, and they've been trained on that weight. And so this is a very moron position which is there. These two have the highest league races, and they have the highest fuel. The 7 is within, they're not in a winning position, but they can definitely do the damage. They can do the damage. And that 7 is in between. I don't know what the 5 will do. Honestly, it's in very good hands, but it's not within the rails. It never works if you do not have both sides of the rails. It generally doesn't work. For a win, for a place, yes. So that 2 is also tailing with 5. So that 7 is also tailing with 5. So that also makes sense. I mean, if we take off that 1, this is also tailing that 7. So those are the gates, 2 and 3. All right. This is 4 with a lot of advantage. It's a good horse. It's a good horse. But if we look at the pressure and we look at how these placings are, then that becomes tricky. Five Sandown. Okay. Five Sandown. Five is five Sandown. We'll go to Sandown. We are here. We'll take a look what's going on at the paddock.
The yard for race 3, the sport bet feed benchmark 54. Paddock is the third to take out 10, only to 12, the middle of 7. So, if you want to go early, race 3, 2400.
That is a grey color too.
You will appreciate the step up. You look at it to the right side, just looking for the engine. Similar to that 2 runs this time. Very intriguing horse, reached a different form. And if you look at an imported galloper from the UK, quite race, all the 4-year-olds, so something like 5. He's only quite race, he's only given was over the principally well supported starting old on that occasion. He's had 2 runs in Australia, 1500, yeah, runs now right. You get sort of paint a narrative to say this is the best line. Yeah, it's really bad. You know, I think the actual
It's true.
you got the laps to get out and do very well. Or you can walk across and break Williams combining it with the family. Williams staying in the training race. He was a winner at Wangaratta over 2,000 metres and 2 back, and then was pretty behind his peak last start. And then 2.5 kilos and we got to peak for the second last start. He's floating off well. He gets fair way back, so that is what you need to keep in mind. Likely to get consecutive better like last start. But on the sort of fake day, the run was encouraging.
4, 7, and 9.
Yeah, comes the race is a really good order today, along the way through. Guys are free, 21 to see it today. It's got some great hustle against the every night. So here's another one that was exciting. Speak was your best bet on the program 2 weeks ago with Jamie Mellon in the saddle.
You know, this track is very, very difficult. This track, these horses. 5 is a grey. That's one good thing. You know, this is not going to be easy, and they're not going to make it easy. And I can't hear anything what they're saying. The volume is so low.
comfortable stakes, that's right. Wait, from the lowest score, certain places, on that. It's very deep into a campaign now. So no time training off, going with a condition across their midsection, and put him come on a little bit from that last run. He presents a very similar order in terms of the way he's behaving this game. Another one that looks really great in the yard. Expect better run right up to their best given the race.
A tinker with the gear to hopefully spark some improvement in Djokovic. The buyers go on to replace
He makes the line from the group. He was given a quite a bit last start, $9 in the race that was not like speed. I was in having the front better than what he did, but fair bit of ground to make up on a number of key rivals, and I think sort of marked him at around that 20 to 1 is a fair reflection. The good thing about it can be a good gear change from these older horses, especially the Golden, because they're a bit more vision in the running, so they can improve with that gear change, so that may be favourable.
wagon wheel herself. One in a little while, but it's an encouraging run at the same rate as last time. What you see from wagon wheel run, that is very similar to what you see from Neighbour. I believe in definitely going better. So his racing style doesn't lend him to be in great winning because it's obviously a length of speed and now meets it better at the weight, but I'm having the best speed there. So he's increased with that running. It looks like he's topped up a bit through our intersection and seems like he's just progressing the right way. This may be the run this campaign where we see him keep really pretty well in his actions, and he's nice to relax through the amount of guys. A lot of positives for him. Love Sparky probably also needs to find a little bit. Steps up to the 2,400 metres. Is that in her corner? She needs a little bit more consistent. She's performing okay, but she hasn't really expressed to win a race since she didn't see good and so coming across us. Stable. Obviously, looks at my own great. I can't stop the way she presents, but I'd want to keep an eye on actually. Yeah, Delta's here in the yard. She's probably one of the horses in the better coats here in the yard. She's in the sunshine. Really sort of stands out. She's got a good amount of upset over her hind, and that seems to be where a lot of her power comes from. So she looks really good. Richard March was a good winner in Cola two back, and then also jumped out of the race won by Speed here last time.
This roll one, last start with spots on time, that minute hole up at the end of the speed last start, coming from off the speed, giving the line strongly. If there's a knockout chance of the odds, make it into he's the only horse in the yard having to do this, but I don't know too much about him, but that's not a big difference between hard for it, given the conditions, but he's very relaxed through the mountain yard. He's always looks like a horse going to get out over further throughout his career, and he's not just one of so the way he presents the yard is of the time he was really suited for this distance.
11 is Pacific Cross, who's had 5 runs this time in 5 second place.
But 415 the favourite play is Pink. There's a weight pull against her amongst the opposition in the chase to last start. That day, what a cost making it round. The chance to get back. It's almost a bigger ride. It's been more on the box of the bag, and it's looking like enough. If they don't come on this order, haven't there, then the bottom of the clean better. It's like it's tight in the left style. Well, out there, it's happened there. It's like, well, it's the rain or arrow running, not the eye or stuck up and down. It's gross and woody. So, it runs some of the races that she's come through, I don't see that much. So, what was going just very powerful work up next to the behind quarter. Another one, they put just watch behind the barrel, big depth in the behind that.
Anyway, I'm going to go with the coffee 4. The 5 is a good one. There's 7 also there.
Number 3 over 2,400 metres, and you win speed there. Jockey should lost into a low position, and then she starts to do consistency with 2,400 metres. That's what a pressure on paper, and I think that's really superb. The move on it is the query at a price. It's different form, driving accuracy on 2,000 metres, third run in Australia, UK import finish, looks to have some upside. What a cross, ticket cross, next bench, but I'm back to the 5. I think she'll run well.
7 is a very big danger, PC. I don't know if that 7 was not there, I would have gone with the 4 win. The 7 is there. The only thing that can save is if it's in a hand of a very it's average jockey. The jockey is not great on 7, but it's a 2,400 meter. Jockeys don't matter. That makes it very dicey. It's a 2,400 meter. Jockey will not matter. That 7 is a I just hope that the 4 delivers, because the only thing which is in positive with 4 is this, that if we look through the end torque, I mean this thing has the highest torque hands down. It's the horse which would be neutral in the upper grade. So this one is a combination of 2 very strong advantage. That's all that I think. And the third one is it is within the rails. That's advantage on 4, and it's a 4-year-old gelding over 2,400 meters. So that's something that I like. Other than that, 11 is there. Frank, 11 is there. I don't know whether it will win, but 11 is there. 11 will get a place. 11 should get a place. It's tailing 4. They're like 10 and 11 gate numbers. That I don't know. I don't know. 13, God knows for what reason. God knows, PC, what they're doing. It's got some advantage, but it doesn't look like it's in the right light. It's the 13 is, I don't know. Somebody has to back someone. And it's best to stay away from the last minute changes, because it's always some fluke. And if that 7 wins, I'll be very sad. If that 7 wins, I'll be very sad.
up underneath at the moment, a cunning cross, one of those. But also Pacific Cross, the hiding have this green flight, two on in. What a top well they can do to the into the mark they leave the running out. So approximately 1,800 metres to go. Speed is the leader from Jockey and there is 3 wide and through the position now. The two favourites are right up there in the band. It's Hazard that's going to slide forward and cross speed from Jockey third. 2 legs plus 5 and wagon wheel. I'm going to put it in the cunning box to see if it cross over the crossing from 3 flat. We into the mark 12 back early 3 wide. We into the move on in and 2 to the back, what a cross. So here, out of the 1,400 metres, is Hazard there. With no pressure, 3/4 of the length shot, whose speed is third, the cutting off on the wing on a spark to the centre, on a length wagon wheel, and also by the mark, 3 wide to cover, to the cross of the 24, to the cross of the lead,
Come on, baby, where are you? Is destroying that 13. He's raving it like nobody's business. The 13 is a 4-year-old mare.
They can move on in and bring flies at the end later on the corner. And the enemy coming in front of the 500 metres, trying to get away down the ditch, speed getting off its back. Wagon wheel behind those, and it's trying to mission back on up sparkle with the fins of the mark, still running on, and Pacific across the outside, down the there, 230 metres to go, speed is trying hard, and the there.
Man, the 13 won actually. Thirteen. Who the fuck? How come the 13?
Barrier number 6, the early, push forward, the cross speed, but it took that much speed to lead, and it was able to replace it immediately and put in 400 metres. The great fish was side while getting better to 400 metres and not speed. A little bit of this was over the first.
He's a monkey, man. This is weird. This one is this played weird. So here is a little what might have happened. So if we look through the handicapping. These are the horses from below onwards. It's the advantages. So the highest advantage was with 6, then it is 9, then it is 1, and then it is 13. So 13 had the 4th highest advantage, and it is the 2nd in BB. It is the 2nd one in BB. So this essentially means it's a heavy horse. It's a heavy horse with advantage. God knows, I kind of I lost this one as well. I'm going to be back from the washroom in a jiffy.
On the tempo here, where you look at it, I think definitely shaken back. Up until panels will try and hold the position handy. The Khan could possibly want a bit of the action up front.
Hello in there, might not be far away.
Yeah, possibly. So, provided the tempo's okay, I think he's got the ability, this horse. He's 2 runs back, 4th at the coast behind Ocean Alps, speeding 3/4 in Hayoka.
Yeah.
That's good form
It
for
is.
this. And then he finishes 3rd behind Ruval, who we both think, could measure up to Saturday grade. He was only 3/4 of a length off them, or less than that. So, yeah, it's just all about getting the right run. I think he's got the right man in the saddle in the Irish.
Yeah, they obviously expect this horse as all the time. If I look at trying to get to the middle, his only win was at 1,200 metres, yet he's not had another run at 1,200 metres in a long time. 12.50 at Newcastle 5 starts ago, but he kicked off at 1,300, went 1,400 second up, Perry's a mile full.
Yeah. Right.
He obviously, that's the feeling, and that's the team Lockwood's must get from him, that he's going to be
Yeah, well, Ruval loomed up on the outside. He sort of cut the corner, came through. Ruval might have been out on the hers, but he looked strong at the 1,400 as a farm. And those races are reasonably strong when it's been racing, to the 1,400.
Yeah.
If you look at the strike rates of some of these horses,
they're quite poor.
yeah, nothing flash. So he's just got to go out there and do it, not be just a good sort to look at it.
Gorgeous, I've been lining up for him as a driver. I'm going to stick with Chill Paddles. I thought he did a great job behind Palais Princess last time out. And I think from his good draw here today and his positive tactics in the early stages, he should be somewhere near the lead. He's nice and fit. He's beginners had 5 starts. And I think he's on this campaign, actually, 1, 2, 3, this is 4, so he still should be fine. He's by Adelaide, so he's actually bred to get out over further. George Carter does all the work on him, so she had
She had to like something else.
that's right.
She reluctantly, she did the right thing, but she stick with this fella.
Yeah, she got the favourites.
Must be an easy ride. Must just go with it.
It must be pretty funny how they tend to be.
Adaman, welcome back.
Obviously, one Carpaccio, he looks the real deal here. He's reasonably lightly raced, but he is lightly raced. He's starting on everything today. 3 and 6. The other one I thought maybe at odds, and there is a little bit of money for him, is Whiskey Train, 17s into 14s. Over to you, Anthony.
The Carpaccio 210, that's as short as it has been throughout betting, around 250-ish when you did your preview, 225 when they're in the yard, and now 210. So he's been very, very popular.
8, 7, 9,
$6,
11.
Cool Panel 650, the Squiddy Boom at 9. Here's Josh for the call.
Right at the mile. So Carpaccio going in, and the Wallace family Silks, and the field is right for the 4th. Racing now, and Carpaccio was away fairly, Shake and Bake, and also away well was Cool Panels, and going forward is Hello in there. Whiskey Train dropping in, and they're followed there by the Carn over on the outside. One Diller's on the rails, a long way back is Arrow of Stella over on the outside. Last 20 Boom, second last, and the favourite Carpaccio has gone back to the tail end. So Hello and there's in front, working for quickly Whiskey Train. And Whiskey Train's gone to the front now. Back to third there is Cool Panels. A car going forward out 3 wide. Shuffle back, Shake and Bake on the rail. Further back to Aristella. One Diller third last, a length and a half of the favourite Carpaccio. Second last over on the outside. Blast the ball now, last 20 Boom. So Whiskey Train's in front, the car to second. Back to third, Hello in there. Shake and Bake 4th on the inside. Cool Panels now 5th, and further back to Aristella. One Dealer on the rail. Carpaccio still second last down the side. Last of all, it's still last 20 Boom. So Whiskey Train by a long next second, the car. Just over 2 lengths away. Third is Hello in there. Shake and Bake 4th on the inside. Cool Panels 5th. A length and a half to Aristella. Next the inside is One Dealer. Carpaccio still that second last over on the outside, and last of all, last 20 Boom. Whiskey Train's in front, second the outside, the Calm. Making ground, Hello in there. Cool Panels down the outside. Shake and Bake the inside, and Carpaccio's trying to make some ground down the outside. Moving up, Hello in there. The inside, Whiskey Train. Hello in there, grabbing the lead. Carpaccio down the outside. Cool Panels as well. Hello in there's in front, lifting Carpaccio, but too late. Hello in there.
Yeah! 10 busy Boom!
To the back of the run then by the 20 Boom. Aristella, the car, Whiskey Train, and One Diller at the rear.
It's number 10, Hello.
Boom.
3 leaders in that race, and last by half a length. The runner-up was really good. Drew a gate, probably 6, 2 or 3 lengths closer to that.
Fabulous, BC. That was amazing.
We're going to do riding quietly. Trying to do well, Carpaccio, but there was ready to strike at the top of the straight, and she has scored. Well done to Tina Kotsiopoulos and her team. This mare by Lonro. She'd only won the 1 from 16 prior to today, and that was a while ago. It was a maiden at Lismore back in June 23, but she bobbed up. She finished 3rd and 4th a couple of times at her last half a dozen starts or so, and she was
Arman.
Cool panels did a good job to get 3rd, and then Shake and Bake, who didn't want to lead today, ended up finishing in 4th placing, but there we had 3 leaders. It was Hello in there, first of all, and then Whiskey Train, and then the Khan whipped around him. But a good result for Tina Kotsiopoulos, Bernie.
A great result for Tina, Maxie. Such a hard-working trainer. And these days training out of Ipswich.
8, 7, 9, 11.
All those blocks of land that the stables were have been snowed up, and there's very few left. Let's have a chat with Tina. She loves it when I come at her with the microphone. It's the only time she's not so friendly. Come chat. Well done.
Thank you. It was a good win. Mark rode her really well.
He certainly did. I mean, we had a few leaders in that race, but when he made his mark, he did it, I guess, knowing he only had 53 on her back.
Exactly, and we didn't really want to lead, so I guess when he put the brakes on her, it was good. It gave her a little breather. But she's tough. She tries so hard.
And I mean, being a Class 1, they're pretty much the entire field. They had very similar records as far as strike rates went. So you would have given her a good chance here today?
Yeah, I thought she would run well, but I hadn't taken her away from Ipswich for 6 starts, so I was a little bit worried about that. But
She enjoyed it.
she did. Yeah,
Where to now? Is there another midweek or?
I'm not sure. I'll just have a look and see how she pulls up. She's been going a while too, so I've been spacing the runs. Yeah.
You've done a marvellous job. Are you training out there at Ipswich? Are you staying out there or will you be coming back this way?
I'm just not sure. Depends on stabling.
It's difficult, isn't it?
It's very difficult. Yeah, they seem to be disappearing.
There's barely any sort of around the suburb left.
No, you would see that from your walks. Yeah.
All right, well, you go and enjoy the win, and great job done by all.
Thank you, Bernie. Thanks.
There she is, Tina Kotsiopoulos. Superb job in getting this mare to win here today. 10 beats 1, 4 and 3, 139.92, and they ran home in 34.82, and obviously got a great ride from Mark Dickerson. Yeah, come have a quick chat with Mark. Just a question or two. He's in great form at the moment, and this is one for the battlers. This is great for Tina.
It's exceptionally great for Tina. She's always been really good supporter of mine from obviously when Spinksy couldn't ride them, I would fill in, and I've only ever ridden one other winner for Tina, but she's only ever had a couple of work, and I think the one on Friday was fitting enough picking win as well. So she's got the picking along really nicely. He's pretty within very well placed at the weights, I thought, and I'm really glad that they have lost me back, because I thought it comes with it and it's going to be hard to get, but no, it worked out well.
Yeah, the jocks at times, they kind of
Tina Kotsiopoulos.
make things
There's horse lovers, and then there's Tina.
unbearable.
She is, outrageously supportive of the thoroughbreds, and every horse that comes into a stable, she is, they're through and through.
Okay, this is what I have for the 4th one. If we look through the odds, that's 8, 7, 9, and 11. 8 is the favorite. It's a 1400 meters, so if we are looking at linears, PC! Thank you so much, PC! Thank you so much for doing that, my friend. So, what's happening is that 8 is the favorite. If we look through the odds, that 8 is the favorite. The linear is this one. The 8 is definitely in good hands. It's one of the best hands. The best hand probably is 1. Now, it's not within the rails. The last one, the 13, was also not within the rails, but it went in because of the body weight. It was a BB with a lot of advantage. If we look for that in this one, it does not exist. So again, this is tricky. This one is tricky, that 8. 7, on the other hand, is a good one. 7, on the other hand, is a good one. It's a... If this was a neutral in this race, like these horses, they probably will get a place. But this is a neutral in the upper grade. But I tried doing that with the 4 in this one. That did not work. So why it did not work is also a question. It had almost the same numbers that it was a larger relaxation. Here 7 is an outer drift. So we'll take a look at the paddock. The game is here. The 3 is the linear. The actual ones which are within the rails is 1 and 11. 11 is a neutral, cannot win. 1 has a lot of fuel. It's also in good hands. We'll take a look at the paddock and we'll see what's going on. Wyong.
Favourite here at even money is 7s, ahead of the 5th event on the program. The second line of betting occupied by Beckett and Taylor at $4.80. Then out for $6.50 for sole choice. The build at $7. It's in a point and a half from $8.50 earlier on. And then $11 for So You Are. Down for Sterling Osland, $14 Mistress of Illusion, and $21 for Sign of Peace. Big week coming up for Chris Lees, of course, on Saturday, but he's got Fulfilled in the upcomer, and he is now with me.
Well, Fulfilled, been racing really well this preparation. A number of minor placings. Is today the day the horse can break through?
We hope so. He's got a gate where he can utilise and try and hold the positions. He's been getting back a little in his races from bad gates, but if he can hold a spot and get a nice run of trends, he'll be competitive today.
I remember he was placed here a few runs back in Saturday grade, which was a pretty good effort. So a repeat of that performance should hold him in good stead.
Yeah, he had to make a sustained run that day, so if he can repeat that performance, he'll put him right in the race.
What about Miss Bustling lining up in race number 6, second up today?
Yeah, returning good order over an unsuitable trip at the 1100 and a fast run 1100. She was still good through the line, so up a little trip will be suitable for her, and looks a nice race for her too.
And a couple of good chances in race number 7. Little Beginnings, always consistent.
Yeah, very consistent horse, narrowly beaten. That's Monkey. Nice gate, gets him well with the claim. He always runs well and puts himself in the right spot. And Oakfield Duke, he's racing quite well without winning. He was touched luckless 2 starts back in the Saturday grade, so if he gets enough tempo in front, he'll be strong one.
Obviously looking forward to the weekend as well. Rivellino heading into the Golden Super. Everything going well?
Yeah, all's well. Can't afford him going to race. Looking forward to Saturday.
All right, best of luck today.
Cheers.
Okay, there's Chris Lee speaking about Fulfilled. Rivellino who carry the Crosby family colours, which incidentally have been carried by 7s here in the upcomer. And Edwina Crosby on track today. Just talking to Edwina. And she's here. When she turns up invariably, the horses are hard to beat. Even money, seven's favourite here under 5 out. This is the go off the Quaddie. Mick will grab your late mail and we'll have a look at your Quaddie numbers.
Yeah, I'm keen on sevens today. I just think third run back from a spell, he should be ready to fire. He led into the home straight there at Warwick Farm last time out and was gunned down by Baccio Del Miss, but I thought he boxed on quite well. I'm just wondering whether he might be a better chaser. If he can just get a little bit of cover today, he might be able to finish over the top of them, this former French galloper, who's been getting better with racing. 7 Decadent Tail looms as the main danger. I thought it was a nice effort, went second in the Baccio Del Miss race last time out, wasn't beaten far. And there wasn't much between Decadent Tail and sevens that day, so I was surprised earlier today when they were so far apart in the betting. That Soul Choice is getting a little bit better with racing. Stuck on bravely, went fourth for the Spirit Dealer last time out at Rosehill over the 2,400 metres. Comes back in distance. I mentioned they'll try and put her up on top of the speed. And Fulfilled sticking over really nicely as well. Has been placed at 3 of his last 4 starts, and he certainly deserves a win. This does look the right kind of race for him. 5 the special to beat 7, 2 and 1.
Now, in terms of the Quaddie, I think you went a little bit wide early and then tightened them up a bit late.
Yeah, there's a couple of different ways you could play it. I thought today we might just put a little bit of insurance in this first leg, because although I was pretty keen on sevens, I thought there were a few other informed horses that could be seriously considered and might be able to inflate the dividend. 5, 7, 2 and 1 in the first leg. In the second leg, I've gone 7, 9, 1 and 4. Tried to tighten up in that third leg with numbers 4 and 9. And then in the final leg, I've put all 4 of my selections, 9, 7, 5 and 13, and also included another horse there at odds in that final event as well, that I thought might be worth including at around about a $26 chance, just trying to grab the horse's name. Horse number 6, it was Miss Cecconi from the inside gate. I thought could run a good race second up. So $160 for 100%. Obviously, you can pull 1 or 2 out to bring that percentage down. Oh, percentage up, but price down, isn't it?
Price down, percentage up, that will do us. There's a movement of price here for the field. They've been at $8.50 earlier, now at $5.50. Favourite goes odds on to now at the black, and that is 7, so $1.95 out of $2.15. Decadent Tail, $4.60 goes to $4.80. The field's been the mover, $8.50 into $5.50. Soul Choice, they've kept safe at $6.50.
Yeah, I think they've all got claims. I thought that maybe sevens was around about a $2.30, $2.40 chance. That's what I was a little bit surprised to see him.
He's getting hammered on the
closer to him. He's been pretty solid.
Bookies are getting hammered by you, PC.
Consistent runs and comes back to Wyong, a place where he did perform quite
You
well.
might get kidnapped by the bookies.
So there's a few different angles here. I was just hoping that sevens, the former French galloper, might be ready to show us what he's really got third run in.
Okay, we just had a shot of Rob Archibald is here on track. Trains the favourite, of course, with Annabelle here. The Decadent Tail now firms back up into 4.20, and the field comes in a further half a point to $5. And as I say, they've kept Soul Choice very, very safe. It's around betting. Double Figure Brigade headed up by Mistress of Illusion, who's at 12, and then the Armadale Visitor Cellularis at $13 and $18 for Sign of Peace as they're about to come up. So probably just off the fence and wider seems to be what most of the boys and girls in the room are saying today.
It's a very difficult track. Sandown is a very difficult track. It's a very, very dicey, treacherous
This is the Stephen Beaver Schofield Retirement Cup.
track.
All the best, who was a very accomplished jockey. He rode a Queensland horse called Ready Duga.
It's always happened. I don't know if you remember, BC, back in the days.
Mosca.
Even then, we had a lot of losses at this particular track. Sandown.
I remember fondly, and Beaver Schofield is always a regular around these local tracks at Wyong and Gosford, and I'm sure we'll still see him poking around, even if he doesn't have a horse.
Okay, let's find out
Okay.
what happens here, how this unfolds. Seven's getting out to 240 and favourite over Decadent Tail. The field has been well backed as we head upstairs to kick off the quadrilla. Here's Darren.
For the Stephen Beaver Schofield Retirement Cup. This is over 2,125 metres. So You Are shooting for a hat-trick. It's been spec'd at longer odds. So You Are goes over behind the gates now. And it looks as though Sole Choice will be the last in this field of 7 to start the quaddie off. It's this race acknowledging the retirement of Stephen Schofield. That is the long distance race of the day. The light is on and we're ready to go. Stand by for a break. And the 7 of them are off. Phil got a little bit of a squeeze out of the gate. Sign of Peace jumped a little bit erratically, but showing good speed in the process, and Sole Choice is quickly whipping across from the outside. Sign of Peace in front clearly in the early stages, and Sole Choice is working, getting up on the outside of the favourite 7s. And Mistress of Illusion fourth the rails, 3/4 to Decadent Tail, at a gap of about 2 or 3 lengths further back to So You Are on the outside of a field. So Sign of Peace is the front runner, out by a length and a half to Sole Choice. Looks as though Sole Choice is just coming off heels. And we'll go and sit up on the outside. Now, back in the field, a bit of a scrimmage there with Decadent Tail starting to run in a little bit as the pace has really dropped here. Sign of Peace in front from Sole Choice in second, then Mistress of Illusion on the inside of 7s. The Decadent Tail just had to drop back a little bit and regain some cover on the outside of the field. And So You Are is back at the rear of the field. To Sign of Peace, a clear leader heading to the back, out by a length and a half. Sole Choice into a clear second. And then 7s up on the outside of the grey Mistress of Illusion. 2 further back to Decadent Tail and Fulfilled. The pair of them have been pretty well backed in the last 5 minutes. And So You Are is shooting for a hat-trick. Is loafing along back last of all, about 6 off the lead. It's Sign of Peace in front. Being held together here by very Sign of Peace by a length on Sole Choice. They're followed by 7s, edging to third by a neck margin on Mistress of Illusion. Further back to Decadent Tail Fulfilled. Still So You Are is back last of all. So they approach the home turn now, and it's Sign of Peace in front, being felt for Sole Choice under a vigorous ride. 7's the favourite, presents 3 wide under a vigorous ride as well. Then Decadent Tail, So You Are out very wide, followed by Mistress of Illusion and Fulfilled is last, going back towards the inside. Sign of Peace swings in front. Sole Choice has just about claimed it. Mistress of Illusion getting tight for room. Decadent Tail and So You Are running on. It's Decadent Tail, So You Are out wide. Decadent Tail and up the inside. Mistress of Illusion. This is a good go here. Decadent Tail the middle. Mistress of Illusion shot up the inside, and So You Are the other. They've got the Sole Choice. I think we'll run 4. Then Fulfilled, Sign of Peace and 7. Stand by. This is a good go.
Well, a terrific finish here between on the inside. This is tight Mistress of Illusion, who I thought was going to go through and win the race, but just that free shot. Decadent Tail's right in this to make it interesting. And a breath away in third spot, So You Are. You had to make that long and sustained run out wide and circle them. But the 7 will win it here. It's gone up into the frame. Unbelievably. That free shot on that low shot just showed you that it was right in it. Poked the bib out the wind. 7's gone up into the frame. Decadent Tail over Mistress of Illusion. 9 So You Are was back in third spot, and Sole Choice was fourth. Goodness me.
Well, it's a little bit of an optical illusion, wasn't it? I was just saying to you off air, I said, well, I'm out of the first leg of the quad. You had Decadent Tail, but didn't have the grey coming up on the fence there, who I thought had won. When we
anyway, we'll go to Sandown.
It's gone the
Okay, this is the 4th one. We've discussed that 8 is the favorite. It's a third up, benchmark 64. It's in good hands, but will it win? I don't know. Will it win? It comes from gate number 12. 7, on the other hand, is in same situation as 62, 63. Here it is 67, 19. This is a neutral. 3 is the linear. That's a very strong handicapping. 7 has advantage, and this one has this is also a linear. I think so. Yes, that's also minus negative. So the 7 here is the one that I kind of find better than 8, definitely better than 8. But the team is not as good as 8. The team is not as good as 8. The team is better with 8, but they don't have physics. How will they go? I don't know. 11 cannot win. The other thing is this 1. 1 is in beautiful position. 1 is in beautiful position. So we've got a lot of stuff going on with 1. It's like that. This one is neutral. 11 is not the challenge. The challenge 11 might get a place. That might happen, but it should be 1. 1 is in good hands. This is good hands, but this is good hands with physics, mathematics. I'm going to go with 1. 3 Sandown. 3 is the linear. 3 is very good, Aroman, but it lacks. I don't know. I like the 1 and the 7. One and 7. EW. Copy. 1 and 7. Why they're showing the 1 now? It has become the favorite. Seven 11 8 3. Now the thing has changed. 7 11 8 3. Then 7 wins. 7 11 8 and 3. In that case, let's play Queen. Now it is making sense. Now it is making sense. I couldn't find any sense on that 8. Eight wins, that did not get a piece. Oh, Seven 11 is good actually. 7 and 11. 11 cannot win. 11 will come second. 11 will come second. But what happens to 9 then? I mean 1. And PC is with 8. I mean, the entire world was with 8 a few minutes ago. I put 7. 7. Frank, 1 is there. 1 will. 1 is the. I mean, I can't tell you how scared I am with the 1. It's got the fuel, it's got everything. One is fabulous. It's the first one through the rails and it's got everything.
So that five got to the drag and I linked it to the back, you know, it was also kind of hard to get the division, quite a bit back behind it in the quality. I looked away the dial, hanging well back in half, and took the ball ever as half, there's still a little cluster as they reached that opening bed, and the 950 and off the Wales Coco Bill with the dark setting out, the thing that the girl is made for a run. Middle of that is tumbling to get into a beer for the little one and for the camera ranges to the last get a bit of the quality back. Next to the field is Steiner and his tank for the ball in half to the change and it's going to pull every bar up the floor. Coco Bill is the leader's tag, no makes the Roy Vader, tumbling for the pretty run. Since they said we're going to get 850, darts going back towards the inside, we're running behind the last quality back. And it came down the outside, it's Coco Bill with quality Vader, tumbling down the outside, trying to darts going on the rails.
Go, baby! Come on! Don't let Baba lose! Come on, go! Go! Run! Run! And run! Yes! Seven!
Tumbling from half forwards, and it's the right spot at the point of impact, and it's to the last.
7-1. Man, we could have gotten that queen. We could have gotten that queen.
Unbelievable. To sit back off there and trying at the top of the straight. In a little bit into the world, it's
No, I'll tell you what happened, Frank. You see, what happened is the 7 had advantage. This is handicapped, okay? It is one through the rails. If you look at the numbers, then this one is a relaxed number. But this is the second number. This is the second number. It had the fuel, but it's handicapped. It's a pressure on that horse, and this is advantage with this horse is a beast. I mean, I was tempted to put 7 and 1 together, but you know, because the 7 went in as favorite, I did not complicate the thing and just went with 7. But 7 and 1. Eight. PC, I agree with you. There's no. See, I'll tell you, PC. I agree. It's if you look at the speed on that horse, that's probably the second in line. That's the speed of that horse. Okay, it's in one of the best hands. The fuel is adequate on that horse, but the problem is, PC. I mean, you need to have a little bit of support on that horse. A little bit of support on that horse, PC. It's here. A little bit of support needed to be there. A little bit of support. I mean, that's just my take.
Righto, Mercedes, selections 11, 3, 4, 5 for race number 6. So, that would be a late Aguilar. Look, it was value before. It's pretty much been locked up. We're looking at now for Lake Aguilar. It's got around about $6.50 and $2.10, but $14 was available at one stage. Favourites now Shadowfax, $4 into 3.60, number 3. 4 flying for us, $3.20 out at $4.
It's got everything. The gate speed, all that is there, but
Aguilar, 750 to 650. Bello 10 into 9, 10 into 950. Jarzeb, Utah Joe 15 to 12, number 12. Boom Song is 17 to 15.
but together we got the trifecta, PC. You must appreciate that. I had the first one. Frankie had the second one. You had the third one, I think. Together we had the trifecta. 7-1. No, 7-1, 3 and 2.
Pre-race trainer will be Chris B, number 3.
Have a look at what they do with the tempo here. If they try to pull up, I think, he's a horse that probably benefits from a hot tempo and chases into the race. But he's very fit, obviously, month between runs, but he's coming back from 2,200 metres. So going forward a bit 1, 7 and 3. There is your Quaddie. How are you feeling, Maxie? Standing
I'm pretty happy. I just felt that this Tinder and Gold, well, his form doesn't look to be anything flash. So it's taken him a while since coming from the UK, where his 3 wins were on a synthetic track here at Kempton Park, but they thought enough to buy him. And I just think now, fully acclimatised, he should be 2 for 2 this time. And, liking that when they're in,
five horses.
get a bit consistent. We saw that with the horse of Chris Williams. The one just got picked by Arizona Dreaming, and he was due to run with the coast, scratched, and he went to Sunday and won. Sajur or something, Australian bloodstock horse.
Yeah.
He's got his act together, that horse now.
He has. Yeah, once they get rolling. All right, there he is, Smart Legend taking the spot and loaded it up quickly. So here's Jock.
Get on, start of Mr. Richardson. They make a good line, racing at the mile, and Tinder of Gold away okay. Periwick the inside with Serenade the Camper getting Sleegley. Going for quickly, 4 wide there, Bold Hoy Ho. And Smart Legend rolling forward as well. So the leader is Bold Hoy Ho, 5 up second, Smart Legend. And they moved away from Tinder of Gold up into third. Back to fourth with Periwick, a length and a half to over on the outside there. Serenade the Cat, Chance with Wolves, Cacophonics and second last. Over on the outside of Smart. So Smart Legend here by 2.5. Up into second, Tinder of Gold. Back to third, Bold Hoy Ho. And they're clear from Periwick and further back through Serenade the Cat. A length and a half, Chance with Wolves, Cacophonics over on the outside and Smart. A length and a half away. So Smart Legend still in front. Second, race favourite Tinder of Gold. Third is Bold Hoy Ho. Fourth is Serenade the Cat. Periwick fifth the inside. Further back to Cacophonics over on the outside. Chance with Wolves second last on the fence. And last of all is still Smart. So Smart Legend here by neck. Getting closer, Tinder of Gold. A length and a half away, third, Bold Hoy Ho. Serenade the Cap, the outside, under pressure, Periwick. Further back to Cacophonics. And they're clear from Chance with Wolves on the inside of Smart. Smart Legend went by the 350
Come
in
on.
front. Second, Tinder of Gold. This leader's got away here. Third, the inside is Bold Hoy Ho. Down the outside, Cacophonics. And Periwick is starting to make some ground in front here of Smart Legend by a length and a half. Tinder and Gold is struggling down the outside.
Come on, baby. Where is that? No, that's not happening.
Smart Legend gets him. Just Smart Legend from
4.
Periwick or Cacophonics.
Close up, Bold Hoy Ho with Smarter Smart, Tindrum Gold, Serenade the Cap, and Chance with Wolves at the rear.
A Smart Legend led it a pretty strong gallop. He put a fair bit into it, and he was just feeling the pinch a little bit at the end when Cacophonix was charging home there. It was close for that second and third. Perovic was getting the soft runners come through nearer the inside, and then Bold Hoi Ho, and then a very moderate performance by Tindrum Gold there. Didn't really offer anything in the home straight, but yeah, that was a good performance by a Smart Legend. Tongue tie went on, and Jag rating him nicely out in front, but he's only just got there as we await the official placing second and third. It's a bit hard to tell on that. Cacophonix is getting close. She'd been in the past running well. He running well over 1600 and seemed to run that out pretty well.
He should have reacted at the 600-meter marker, but she didn't.
Bold Hui Ho. Bernie, so Smart Legend going all the way for Peter Roble and Jag.
Yes, that's right, Maxie. He's going to, or he has already slotted in perfectly to racing here in Queensland. He had the right form, and it was a great effort because he had a month between runs back in trip, but he did pull. You could see Jay going for a second hold into the first turn. He tried to take a sit outside the leader, wasn't to be. He was a little better.
Bad ride, Lewis. That's a bad ride.
Overdoing it a bit, and kick clear, and then just found wanting that last little bit and was starting to get swamped. He was calling for the winning post. It's a 4, 3, 6 and 5, 139.35. I don't know if Peter Roble's here. Perhaps I'll ask this young gentleman here. Well, hi there. What's your name? Matt. Is Peter here? Great, you're chatting.
I am here, boss.
Well done. What a nice addition to the stable.
Yeah, look, he's a lovely looking horse, and arrived in terrific order from Lesbridge, and month
5, 10, 7, 11.
A little fresh, wanting to overdo things a bit.
Yeah, look, he turned up 4 weeks ago, and it sort of gave him a bit of a week where he just sort of swum and got all that sort of stuff out of the way, and adapted to his new climate. He just sort of brought him back from the 2140 down to the 1640 and tried to keep him on the fresher side.
Interestingly enough, or no surprises, he's a good looker, which have you ever seen a so you think that's not a good looker, but there's plenty of him as well. He's not as light and lean as some of the so you thinks.
Yeah, look, he's not as light and lean as some of the so you thinks, and he's probably not the sort of the same bird as a typical stayer either. He's just a nice stocky sort of horse.
Great job. I know you got work to do. Well done.
Thank you.
All right, and well done, Peter Roble. And of course, to the connections there as well. Jag rode a lovely race. He had plenty of horse, almost too much horse underneath him. Let's just have a look at what that final 600 was. Last 400 was 23.03 and 11.08 for the final furlong. So, yeah, just getting a bit tired, but he'll improve off that. Just get a quick question with Jag on his thoughts, but he'll improve on that. Fitness-wise, having had the month between runs, and boy, I saw you go for that second hold into the first turn. You had plenty of horse.
Yeah, he obviously 4 weeks between runs. He's come from the outside. He's probably on touch fresh side today, but from the outside gate, we always knew we would have had to have used his natural gate speed to come across. But he just wanted to get fired up a little bit coming into that first corner. I was happy enough to try and take the seat outside leader, but he wasn't having any of that. So just trying to keep him comfortable, get him in a nice rhythm, and allow him to finish off, and he was good.
Well done.
Thank you.
All right, there is Jag up in Chester, Peter Roble. And they take out the fourth with Smart Legend, the fifth, with number 4, Smart Legend. 4, 3, 6 and 5 as we come back to you, Anthony.
Okay, thank you, Bernie. Smart Legend wins there. Nice result. 291.50. Jack from Chester, the 5-year-old was So You Think. And Peter Roble, the trainer these days. He's just recently transferred to Pete after being with Les Bridge for the bulk of his career down here in New South Wales. And first run for Peter Roble, and it's a winning start to his Queensland career. Only raced about 4 weeks ago at Warwick Farm, so he hasn't had him long, and he's already got a win on the board with him. Wyong race 6, they're in the yard, that's where we're heading next.
Here at Wyong, up to race number 6 today. Second leg of the Quaddie, a benchmark 72 3-year-olds and upwards here over the 1,200 metres. Let's have a look at the Mick. We start with the favourite at 225. This is Imperial Force. Ben Baker looking for a double, and Tim Clark looking for another winner.
Well, he had his first run for the Grandstand stable there on the 26th of February, and he could not have been any more impressive. Stalked the speed and raced well clear of Zoo Prince and Anna Vinci over the concluding stages to win by 3 lengths. No reason why he can't repeat the dose here. I know he goes up slightly in distance. I don't see that as any real issue. Maybe going up 3 kilos in the weights is a minor concern, but I'm sure he'll get a well-rated ride from Tim Clark, and he's going to be awfully underbeat.
2 is out onto 3, struck gold first up for Anthony and Sam Friedman, and Ben Osmond.
Interesting runner. He's first up from a spell, and he did win first up last preparation. He's a horse that can get his act together pretty quickly. His recent trial win on the 10th of March was quite good, defeating Angel Capital. It's a reasonable draw here, and the plane helps.
On to President, the last start. Where do we go? This is a $4 or $7 chance in from $8.50 for Chris Waller and Nashua Willer.
I've always liked him. He's had the 4 starts for a win and 2 minor placings. His victory first up there at Rosehill was quite good. He had to really dig under pressure to beat Lyles. We've seen Lyles since come out and win impressively down there at Kembla Grange. So the form's stacking up okay.
On to Iconic Treasure, relatively sparingly raced 5-year-old, having his 11th start. Joe Pride and Jay Ford.
The Blinkers go back on again today. He's won the 3 from 10 with 3 minor placings, and this will be his 3rd run back from a spell. So you think he'll be just about ready to peak. He finished 6th there at Warwick Farm last time out behind Tender Eyes. I just don't think the race was run to suit. A few things went against him. He should be ready to go today from the good draw.
On to number 7 we go. That is Miss Bustlinger for Chris Lees and James McDonald.
I think she can run a really good race here this afternoon. Her form last preparation and the preparation before against good opposition was quite solid. Should have finished closer at Canterbury first up when finishing 6th there behind Balkans. Just got strung up behind horses that know where to go. James McDonald on board. She'll be giving them a head start, but she's got a good turn of foot.
After a bit of a break, 3-year-old returns from a spell. That is tuned for Annabelle Neesham, Rob Archibald and Jason Collins.
Yeah, certainly a promising type, this 3-year-old colt by Zoo Star. He opened up his account with a good win at Newcastle when he wasn't overly fancied in the market. He was only narrowly touched off by Media Frenzy at Kembla before winning again at Hawkesbury before going for a break. He won his most recent trial there at Warwick Farm, defeating Outburst Strike. He's going to have plenty of fans here today.
Agenda Centre is a $4 chance right in the market, third up for the Hawks family and Tommy Berry.
This will be the first time he's had a 3rd run in a preparation, so I'm wondering whether he's had a few little setbacks over the course of his career. Last run there at Canterbury was very good, finishing 2nd behind Mafia. He got back, he closed off nicely. He should be ready to peak 3rd run back.
But Star is the last of them for Mark Quinn and Liam Blanche.
First up from a spell this afternoon. He has won once in 5 first up attempts, but I think he'll benefit from the hit out here today. We haven't seen him at the races since October last year when he finished down the track to Taree behind Gold Card after having a tough run in transit.
So the one favourite here, Imperial Force, looking for back-to-back victories after scoring at Rose Hill last start. Tim Clark doing the steering for Björn Baker. Mix up there, about to catch up with Luke Hilton. Speaking of the favourite.
Well, Luke, Imperial Force had 1 run for the camp and couldn't have been any more impressive.
No, it was great to get the job done first up. His trials have been nice at home. His work's been good. He's a lovely horse. He looks a picture of health today, and let's hope he can go back to back.
He's got the ability to put himself up there on top of the speed. Where do you think he'll settle down today?
Yeah, I think so. It's a little tricky draw, but he's got good natural speed. Just ask him, he's going to roll forward and see where he can be. He didn't have to lead, and if he can be somewhere there in the first 4, he'll give himself every chance.
He goes up in weight today. Do you think that was any concern?
Well, he's kind of deserved it off his win last start, and it's due to the grade, but look, he's a big horse, a big strong horse, and I can't really give the weight an excuse, so let's hope he can just improve off that first up run, which it looks like he has, and in the finish.
Line of Fire lines up in race number 7 from a good draw.
Yeah, it was a touch disappointing last campaign. We thought a little bit more of him, but his trials have been really good this time in. His work on Saturday was sharp. He's going to need it to get out over further, but he's got a nice soft jaw, so if he can just run a good race, we'll be happy to move on with him.
And what about no second thoughts in the last?
Yeah, she's jumping up in grade. She put a string of wins together last campaign over a longer distance, so should be warming up today. If she's in the line, well, then we'll crash on. Okay, thanks, man.
There he is, Luke Hilton for Björn Baker, Imperial Force, 215, pretty clear-cut favourite. In from 225 earlier on. Agenda Setter is 390 out to 440. President's tuned up a couple of points, 850 to 650, and then Tuned, who's been kept very, very safe, and struck gold. The Victoria at $10, $11. Miss Bustlinger, who was scratched out of that provincial midway qualifier at Gosford on Saturday, and goes around here. Mick, they're off to the gates ahead of race 6.
Yeah, it's an interesting race, isn't it? I'm going to go looking for a little bit of value here with the Miss Bustlinger. I've gone 7, 9, 1 and 4. Just caught my eye first up there with that run at Canterbury. She only got beaten around 3 lengths, but everywhere she went, she just ran into dead end after dead end. And you look at some of her form going back 12 months, it's easy to make a case for her here. She finished 4th to linebacker in the value at Group 3 level, finished 5th to broadsiding in the Fernhill. She's a very capable filly on a day. She's probably going to get back a touch, which is a minor concern. But we know she's got a very good turn of foot. And if she's come on from that first up run, which we're hearing she has, I thought she'd worth an each-way ticket at the very least. Agenda Centre goes in for second. This will be his 3rd run back from a spell. I thought he was pretty good last time out there at Canterbury. Went finishing second behind Mafia. He was doing his best work late. Imperial Force, super impressive first up from a spell, and it was over 1,100 metres, defeating Zoo Prince, won by a decent margin. Goes up to 1,200 metres today, rises 3 kilos in the weights, and if he turns up today in the same form that he did first up, he's going to be awfully hard to beat. I just thought it was such a peak performance. I was a little bit worried that he'd be able to do it again, but the stable's flying at the moment. President toughed it out well to beat Lyles first up there at Rosehill. We've seen Lyles come out and win since at Campbell Grange, so that form looks okay. I touched on the fact in the preview this morning, I'd just like to see him ridden quiet. He's been doing quite well up on top of the speed, but I just think he's a horse that might really benefit from being ridden with cover. 7, 9, 1 and 4.
Okay, so staying at the 215 goes Imperial Force. So the Agenda Centre, it's out from 390 earlier on. As I say, President has trimmed up 1.5 and the other one at that quote was Tuned, who comes here first up. Had a good first prep. Won a couple of races at Newcastle and at Hawkesbury, and a second in the middle of those 3 runs, Kepler Grange. He got up over 1,400 metres last prep. He's had a couple of trials, including a recent trial win at Warwick Farm for Annabelle and Rob. Nice call by Zoo Star, who is looking to progress through into his second preparation.
Well, he couldn't have done a much better job the last preparation. He was very, very good in all 3 of his starts. He's got a nice draw here today. He didn't win a recent Warwick Farm trial, so he looks very much on track. He'd be just looking to stalk the speed, one would imagine. A nice patient ride from Jason Collett, and I can't wait to see how he measures up here again today after, he's probably up against better opposition than what he's faced at any point in his career, but he does look progressive enough.
Firstly, the Quaddie, intercepted finish, taken out, albeit by a short half head by Decadent Tail for Zach Lloyd and Matt Smith, bringing us to the second leg of the Quaddie. The Provincial Championship qualifiers continue tomorrow at Newcastle. On Friday, it's the Country Championships, where the wildcard is being run for the Northern Division of the State Horses, and that will be at Scone. And then, of course, my Group 1s, including the Golden Slipper, on Saturday at Rosehill.
Yeah, something for all tastes, whether it be provincial, country or city racing. We're going to be spending plenty of time over the next 48 to 72 hours doing lots and lots of form and trying to unearth a few winners.
That must be what Flindell's doing upstairs. It's form for the weekend. He hasn't been down. He hasn't say hello yet. He's on notice, Mick. We'll not be letting it go, I tell you, if he doesn't make an appearance. Flindell, Delalart's been retired, incidentally, I understand.
I heard that news.
Yes, the big D. Retired. No more pep talks done. So 210 Imperial Force. He'll go forward. We know that about him.
Yeah, that's right. And he's got a little bit of a sticky gait, but he's probably got the speed to offset that. It was just such an impressive win first up. I think he can certainly win again. He just goes up 3 kilos and 100 metres in distance. I don't think that's anything to worry about, especially with this stable at the moment. Bjorn Baker seems like whoever he sends out, wherever he goes, all of his horses seem to be performing so well at the moment. And Imperial Force looking to make it 2 from 2 this preparation.
Liam Blanche takes the Ruffy All-Star into the race, $126 outsider. A favourite 210, very clear cut. Imperial Force, late mail numbers here. 7, 9, 1 and 4 ahead of race 6. Here's Darren.
They're filling the gates pretty quickly. Imperial Force going forward, and Agenda Centre is linking up as well, so they move them in pretty swiftly. We do wait on the well-fancied agenda setup. 210 about Imperial Force, up 3 kilos in the weights for the Rosehill midweeker 3 weeks ago, and now they're locked and loaded. Ready for race 6, and the gates are back. They're off and racing, and the favourite Imperial Force was best out. Agenda Setter jumped nicely. It's up on the leading division with Struck Golden going right up the inside now is Iconic Treasure. And after the first 200, Iconic Treasure takes the lead. Now Tuned in the White Jacket goes to second. Imperial Force back to third, then Struck Gold, followed by Miss Buslinger. They're followed after a half length back on the inside. The World Star picking up ground. Agenda Setter's gone back to second last, and President is the last one. Iconic Treasure on the fence. A narrow leader from Tuned held together. Imperial Force is 3 up, followed by All Star. Then Miss Buslinger, Struck Gold out wide. 2 lengths to Agenda Setter, and President's last of a bunching field on the turn now. Iconic Treasure just in front of Tuned and Imperial Force the widest. Further back to Miss Bufflinger, stoked up from All Star, then Struck Gold, Agenda Setter, and President's last as they straighten up at Iconic Treasure. Got a length and a half clear to Imperial Force going to second. Tune dropped off. Iconic Treasure just in front of Imperial Forces, knuckling down late. Imperial Force going to Iconic Treasure. They hit it. And
Frank!
Imperial Force in the last bound has got up to beat Iconic Treasure, and Miss Buslinger third, followed by Tune. Then Struck Gold, Agenda Setter, All Star, President, and it was one of the last ones to finish. Yes, it was one of the last. Now,
Imperial Force, who was driving at Iconic Treasure, who with the shades on, made it interesting. A tricky angle once or twice here before, but the outside will get this. Tim Clark, the Björn Baker Imperial Force.
I think you got it. I think you got it.
He did not want that over again. One wins.
Heads up and heads down.
Iconic Treasure. Third will go the way of Miss Buslinger. She responded well late after being under enormous pressure coming down the side. And 8, Tune, will wind up in 4th.
Well, he had no right to win that race. He was up to 61 kilos off a victory last time out with 58. He was never on the track, and you wouldn't have been too hard on him if he did start to feel the pinch and drop out. But he wanted it badly. He's really knuckled down over the concluding stages, and he edged out Iconic Treasure, who's run a cracking race. You mentioned Miss Bustling, only second up from a spell today. Got into a nice spot after they'd gone a furlong, but when the sprint went on, she couldn't really go. As you say, she was under sufferance turning for home, but she's picked up nicely over the concluding stages. We might have gone off a run early with her.
And Tune will wind up in 4th spot. Timmy Clark took hold of Imperial Force and was just desperate to try and get in somewhere, but simply there was a 1.4 deep, then slid up to be 3 deep. You're right, up in weight, but just kept on coming.
Yeah, really good performance, and Björn Baker, he's just hard to beat at the moment, isn't he? Tim Clark allowed this fellow just to get into a rhythm. Even
Got it. I think that's in.
Yeah, must have been
Frankie, boom!
In the end, after the run he had in transit, that was a really good performance. Tuned, first up from a spell, was okay back in 4th spot. Agenda Setter failed to run on, and President got a fair way back and didn't really put much into the finish. So there were a few flops there, and all I was going 2 from 2 this
Brilliant.
That
was good watching.
He didn't have a lot of luck from the gate. It was tricky. They pushed up.
The jocks are messing it up today. Everywhere, I think.
Definitely was.
The best of the jocks are kind of taking a nap somewhere, and these are absolutely disastrous.
But he just looked like he really wanted that win.
Yeah, and that was really pleasing to see.
Brilliant.
He put his best foot forward with no luck. He carried the weight.
Okay, we'll go to Sandown. So, it doesn't look like 5 is going to get beaten. It's a straight line with everything under the sun that's there. It's not, it doesn't look like it's going to get beaten. But if you look at the odds, that's 5, 10, 7, and 11. If we look at how the rails are, then 5 is in the top. That's one between the rails. 10 is within the rails. But one surprise is there's this neutral, which cannot win, but it generally gets a place. So that 2 is a check. They also have 11. 11 is far. I don't know whether that'll work. The largest outer drift is this 1. But that is a 7-year-old mare. That has the highest advantage in this race. Nobody has any advantage apart from these neutrals. This is the only one which has some advantage, which is absolutely negligible for a 7-year-old mare. So I don't know if that has any sense of anything, but I definitely, I mean, there's let's not just doubt this. This one is good. It's a 5-year-old mare. It's got the rails. It's the linear over a 1300 meter. Everything is with this horse. Everything. Ottoman 7, 5, 11. 7. We'll take a look at the 5. If it doesn't get tailed, I'm going to put 5 as a win. That's the 5. It's not getting tailed. 5. This is the only, I mean, I don't know, but this is perhaps the only race where there is a clarity. If that clarity is deceiving, then that's a separate story. But that's what I think it is.
Wouldn't be a bit on the program go. That is A1. They don't come much stronger than that. That's what you want to do.
PC 10 win. 10 is this. 10 is there. Okay. $25 odds. That 10. 10 is placed well. It's a 7-year-old filly. The only thing is the 5 has to lose. If the 5 loses, the 10 gets it. But the 5 has to lose for that. You're looking for that 5 to lose like Nobody's business.
One of the best, but again, it also tempted to see towards the outer, the gold there on the rail, the down, the C2. After 200 metres,
That is the 7-year-old mare.
the lowlands, and if they're talking like on a big stand on the last, you go into the front runner. 800 metres to go, training up at the front, but we put it in the length for the second, and I look at the 3/4 10 for the perfect goal. Then thanks to what is suited okay. I look at the foot of the talking like on lowlands, and at the end of the field, it's big stand on. 600 to go, you go in front of the second, then it takes 10 to the front for the perfect goal. So what is about the field, pretty wide, to the back off the front, we talking like on lowlands, and the big stand on. Blue darling and was in together as they reach the 400 chance under the wind coming on two, so the body looks wide and it can perfect goal. They reach the 200 chance in front of the team, but the body is right there to pass. It's 10 to go, and then the body coming at 10 going by the body, and the body
5 and 10.
Well, I'm sure Adelaide is the course now of Randwick, accompanying the Quaddie. That's an excellent display. So walk downstairs, distributed by halfway to the last. Charles, Ford, Randwick, Quaddies, currency of Poland, leading 10, 5, 10, and 7, and 8, 5, 10, 7, and 8, to the bodies come down with the middle of the road, 5, the bottom board. Last time, after the breaking, the south brain, there's what to do. And the boat is another spread up the sports and the way after them to brain, you could get it in the moon out the bed and set it up, bring it to the hand, first off, we would have a 17 jam on the side.
No, 5, 10, 7, Automan. 5, 10, 7. 5, 10, 7, and 8. 5, 10, 7, and 8.
Thank you, Matty. Great, Biggie. Standing by, Biggie. Congratulations. Our false start 7 days ago. When little things like that don't go so perfect, is there any sort of reservations about how things got on top?
Oh, well, we had to give us good, strong going on Saturday morning, so that was the first point for her. She went beautifully, and, she said at the time was actually happy for her. She's last she won the Sandown, finished the top of the band and race, so she made a few of the shots after that. But she's got good talent, this mare. She's still working it all out a little bit, but, she's got a good race in it.
You don't want to make it happen though, the banding runs and coming back from the latest winning, but ticking every box that's asked of her is what was the most pleasing thing about the win today from your perspective?
Look, she really finds the line, and she really wants to stretch her legs and have a go. So, we feel she gets over.
Azhar, Kareem, welcome to the gang.
That's hopefully it's black on the price during the month. That'll be the something in next month.
You've touched on the potential or likelihood of sending her to Adelaide and chasing like rock run. Have you had to look at the calendar and figured out a little bit of a Monday?
We'll just gradually do
Thank you for joining in, Azhar. Right, what happened? So that was a long straight line. That's a long straight line without a single gap. That 5 is. It's the first one through the rail. I had a thing about this too, which is a neutral, but they are like that, and the other neutral, which is a little better than that, that got in. So that 2 did not get in anyway, but 10 was the next one, and 7.
She does everything right. Hang on, is the race always indicating this afternoon?
Yeah, when it works out by then, I'll be able to have that.
So the neutrals are actually disastrous. The neutrals are actually disastrous. They're not disastrous. They kind of they I think they have some enmity. They have some enmity. Either they did not pay the right amount to get into the races, or they are not in the good books of the handicapper. That's what I think. That's why they put them as neutrals. Cannot win. But a 1300 meter, a linear like that, how will it lose?
That's the beauty of this track. We've got plenty of time to reel in the horse in front of him. She wants to do last campaign and sort of prepare the whole track to get there. But never really too much yet. She's going to come late.
2 Doomben win. Doomben.
A Goodwood in Adelaide. So all these years later,
Shelley's been quite a marvel.
yeah, she has been. She's certainly stood the test of time, hasn't she? They're not expensive horses, but and she places them well. Obviously, this fellow was backing a little bit from
13, 7, 4 and 12.
Finish up here, so let's see if he can go on with it. Make it 3 wins on the trot.
All right, 2, 3, 4, and 10 for me as we come to you, Anthony.
You got a memory like an elephant. You brought back good memories of those good horses. Puzzle Sword, yeah, you're right, Sword. I just googled him. He did win a Goodwood in 1999.
2 Doomben.
Chris Nuts. Overall, he won 12 from $34.5 million. We're talking mid-90s. What would that be now? 5, 6, 7, maybe nearly close to $10 million with today's prize money. $1.60 about this favourite. Very, very short here. $1.60 more trouble. That is about as short as he has been throughout betting. Hovered around that 180, 175 mark for much of betting. Now 160, so it's short as he's been. Kind Wish 9, Yes to Excel 9, Cheap Witness 950, Demitas 10. All about the favourite number 3.
Alrighty, they are loading up nicely. Let's get upstairs to Josh for the call of race 6.
First up for Jack Bruce, about to move in. And Kind Wish and Yes to Success will complete the line. Emily Lang on board, the off-the-mat favourite here. More trouble jumping from gate number 5. Only Yes to Success to move in and will be right to run, 13.50. So Yes to Success going up. Hot favourite is More Trouble. Light turned on, 13.50. All in, racing, and away well there was Kind Wish, and likewise More Trouble up in search of the lead. Burrowing through Chief Witness on the inside. So Chief Witness in front, second More Trouble. Going forward, Yes to Success out 3 and 4 wide. Kind Wish is back to 4th now. Nickelback 5th on the inside to Red Wine. A length and a half down attack, 2 lengths of Spit Fire. So More Trouble's in front, second Yes to Success, and third Chief Witness, and Kind Wish is 4th. Nickelback 5th to rail, length and a half to Red Wine. Demitas second last, and Spitfire's to last of all. So More Trouble down the side by half to 3/4. Second the outside is still Yes to Success. Chief Witness in third, 4th the outside, Kind Wish. Further back to Nickelback, Red Wine. Demitas and Spitfire, been no change to the call. And More Trouble in front by half to 3/4. Still second.
This is where it needs to work.
Chief Witness on the rail, the Nickelback on the inside, and further back to Red Wine.
Come on. Run, baby.
The outside, Kind Wish. Chief Witness is coming through. Further back to down the outside, Red Wine. More Troubles in just that. Coming through, Chief Witness has taken the lead. Yes to Excess, Kind Wish on the outside, flashing home late. Demitas between them will beat them all. Demitas has won from
Four.
Chief Witness, Safato third. Nickelback, Kind Wish, Yes to Excess, and more trouble dropped out with Spitfire and Red Wine at the rear. Demitas has come like a thief in the night between runners there. There was a great race to watch, wasn't it? The leader, more trouble, the odds on favourite. He had to use
4, 2, 9, 10.
Probably took him a lot longer than I think a lot would have liked there, and he was under pressure as soon as they turned. You can see Chief Witness just waiting to get into the clear. He poked his head in front, but Demitas has come from nowhere there and burst through under Ryan Maloney. He put the writing on the wall of his last couple, this 5-year-old, by running fourth at Eagle Farm and then second by himself. Here he is here. He's just got to get around the heels there of Chief Witness, and he does, and he finishes brilliantly to get up. So how many horses have we got there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Only about a length covering the top 6 there as they went over the line. So, plenty of chances at this point. Kind Wish was put into the right position. And you can see the horse with that big awkward action there, Red Wine. The purple colours on the outside. They're right across the track there. Even Nickelback finding the line strongly. And the horse last to the extreme outside, Spitfire, was okay. Probably only beaten about a length and a half to 2 lengths in the wash-up. So plenty to decipher from that race, Bernie. But a sweeping ride late by Ryan Maloney says Demitas get up.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that was what worked to his advantage today, sort of being boxed up, being dragged up really kindly.
That happened 4.
Steve McLean joins us for a chat now.
Okay, we are the 6th here at Sandown. We look through the odds. That's 13, 7, 4 and 12. 13 is favorite. It's a 1400 meter. The linear is that colt. It's a colt. Okay. Now, if we look through the rails, 4 and 5 are within the rails. 14 has advantage, definitely. It's also the one which is right after the linear. It's a 1400 meter benchmark 70. But 14 also has problems. It's not going to be easy for 14 to get through. 4 is probably in the best position. That's my take. 13 is the favorite. It's a neutral. The neutrals have not won a single race here. The 13 is a neutral. And if you look at the gates, that's 9 and 10. So probably 13, we are looking at a place. Maybe a second horse. Winning 13 scientifically is not possible. Winning scientifically is not possible. To beat this entire system, it has a very good jockey. There is no doubt. It has one of the best jockeys. To beat this entire system, this 13 has to be over 500 kilograms. If that's what the case is, then maybe 13 has a chance. But it's a 3-year-old filly. How will it be a horse which is more than 500 kilograms? To be a 500 kilograms, you need to be at least a 5-year-old.
Race 7. Priscilla's Choice comes into the gates. And the light comes on. Set to go. Race 7 is now underway. Ocean Blast was slow to get moving, along with Pepperoncino. One of the quickest away was Not a Single Bid, along with also Priscilla's Choice, and she's humming down the middle part of the track with those shades on, and she's going to zoom across and take up the lead, Priscilla's Choice. So as they head into the back, the well-backed Commodity is on top, Priscilla's Choice, from Immortal Spirit second. Third position, as they settle fully into stride, is Grinzinger Race, followed by Not a Single Bid, and then Star-Studded Bell, who's on the inside of Off the Cuff, followed then by Ocean Blast a little bit wider out from Illusion sneaking through, and then a couple back to the last pair, which are Pepperoncino with Master of Ceremony. Favourite coasting along at a nice easy gallop, Priscilla's Choice, by a length and a quarter on Immortal Spirit. 550 metres to run. Third position is Not a Single Bid, followed then by Star-Studded Bell, and then Grinzinger Race as the leader and favourite slipped away and got more ground up on the opposition. Ocean Blast heads the rest with Off the Cup, but Priscilla's Choice, panel said go girl, and she darted away now. Ocean Blast coming down the middle. Immortal Spirit battling on, so too is Off the Cup, but Priscilla's Choice is pretty much in one race, the rest in another. Ocean Blast is trying to reel her back. It's got second covered, but Priscilla's Choice waltzes in by the best part of 5 from Ocean Blast. Photo third, Off the Cuff. Out wide, Master of Ceremony, and in between them was Grinzinger Race. Little in that, Star-Studded Bell was next in from Immortal Spirit, and then Pepperoncino headed the rest in across the line. Towards the back end of the field when they pulled up was Illusion, and it was probably one of the last to pull up with Immortal Spirit. Best on the program for John gets the money here. Priscilla's Choice under 7. It suggests Ocean Blast could run a rank 2, John. Certainly has. I've got a feeling Off the Cup will get third in that three-way go for third, fourth and fifth, but Priscilla's Choice, very confidently written by top panel.
She was. I thought it was a very interesting comment that Ron's Day made pre-race when we had a talk to her, that she felt that Priscilla's Choice wasn't genuine last start, which was only on Saturday. I was probably happy to forgive her anyway due to the great race that she was in and the run that she had where she was wide, no cover. But Ross made an interesting call there that she didn't think Priscilla's Choice had tried her hardest, put the gear on the blinkers, got an assertive ride by Todd Powell, and I think Ross was probably right. Priscilla's Choice has shifted right on and has bolted in. Ocean Blast came down the preferred part of the track. He's run well, but it was Priscilla's Choice all the way.
Some great comments from you pre-race, Ross, and a great insight for our viewers on racing.com. She certainly put in today.
Yes, she did. Look, she can really gallop, and she's a big, strong horse. You know, she's built like a gelding or a colt. So when she puts her best foot forward, she could certainly bring it.
Dumben.
A bit of time, and then the elective process, getting his confidence back.
through that whole barrier process. A few other little niggles along the way, but he's back in good order. He's got good improvement coming off such a long layoff, and he's had his first.
Wyong. Okay.
And I think, you know, he should be competitive today, and if things can fall his way, then there's no reason why he can't be in the finish.
And I suppose he didn't have all the luck there first up at Canterbury either.
No, I think it was a race that if it just got his way, he could have been successful. And I think that is often the case when you have Canterbury and Wyong, respectively. You know, it's a track that you do need things to pull your way. Good. Jockey presents in good order. He's going to appreciate that step up in trip today. And like I said, he's a horse who'll be winning more races for sure.
Arnie Renee going around in race number 8. What are your expectations there?
Look, she's a nice filly. Her return the other day was more than acceptable. Again, she'll be working forward whether she's ready to peak maybe third or fourth. Run this preparation, which remains to be seen, but she's a competitive chance at each way.
Best of luck with both runners.
Thank you.
Good to see Tom Child on track today, and there's Big Bowler. Great to have him back at the races. Yeah, that was a horror show up there when it did happen at the Gold Coast. January before last, and obviously they've given him the time that he needs or needed, and now he has his second run back this preparation. But our best bet clearly here, 240 here, Cigaria rocks. So this morning 350, now at 240. He's a clear cut favourite. Sydney Bowler 270 to 330. Middle beginnings have been kept very safe at 10s, and there was money earlier edited by. That's straight up a touch. Gets back out to a $10.
I am not playing at. I mean, I don't have data. I usually follow PC. When I don't have the data, I usually follow PC.
3.5 minutes out there off the gates. The year for the late mail.
492 and 8. Happy to put Sydney Bowler on top. I saw enough there at Canterbury to be comfortable that he's ready to produce the goods here. Second up from a spell. Finished fourth for Mafia there after having no luck. And when he got into the clear, I really liked the way he really started to find the line. Obviously, he's had a long time off, and obviously with that mishap before the break, he's obviously taken a little while to sort of build up to peak fitness and you know, build up his confidence as well. But we saw him last in work, string 3 wins together, and I'm hoping he can pick up where he left off. But Segura Rock, very consistent time, very good form down in Victoria. Yet to finish any worse than second. Loved the recent trial, went fit behind Pleasure Artist. He was just staking up nicely between horses. I'm also encouraged by the fact there's been a lot of money around for him. 2 little beginnings, you know what you're going to get with him. He's a pretty honest customer. Runner up to Jaquira there at Canterbury 2 back, and then led to the shadows of the post in the Mudgee Cup when beaten by Osman. Line of Fire, around about a $13 chance. I think this is the preparation where we really need to see him put it all together. I think there's ability in there. I'm sure he's got an engine. He just doesn't always put it together on race day. 4, 9, 2 and 8.
Okay, now what happens speed-wise here?
Well, I suppose speed-wise, you're looking at the likes of Little Beginnings, I think, from a soft draw will certainly push forward. I think the 2 favourites will be looking to take a little bit of cover, you would think. Edited By's got a middle to outside draw. They might be able to push forward with that Galloper and Sizzler from the inside draw. You'd think it'd be looking to hold up from that gate and be in the first 3 or 4. I think there'll be a genuine enough tempo. It's really going to come down to whether these 2 favourites can get a little bit of cover. Segura Rock's got gate number 5 first up from a spell with Jason Collett on board, and Sydney Bowler has got gate number 7. So they'll be looking to try and slot in, because you wouldn't want him doing too much work down the back of the course.
First leg of the Quaddie today was shaken out deserved victory by Deckard and Tail. Race number 6. The second leg was won by Imperial Force, who, despite having no luck from the gate, the big weight just kept on coming and got Iconic Treasure right on the line. And that brings us now to the 7th event on the program, where the loading process is about to get underway. The Yulong colours being supported by Cigaria Rock, who has not been to the races since running second at Flemington over the 2,000 metres back on the 11th of January. He's had 1 trial in preparation for this, and in 5 starts he's not finished any further back than second. His only win came at Caulfield, and that was on the Heath track, the inside track, going back to the 12th of December last year. So, as I say, about to come up. 3 of them in single figures here. In fact, Make That 4 is edited by just tripped back up into a $9 quote The 240 late to 260 goes the favourite. The second leg Sydney Bowler is at 330. And Little Beginnings is now hovering around that 750 mark for much of the day. It's just into 650 late, and then Edited By is trimmed up just a touch once more.
Yeah, interesting to see that little bit of money for Edited By. I suppose it was a little bit disappointing on face value first up, but did have a pretty tough run transit there at Canterbury and dropped out. And might have just needed that run too. Second up today, we've seen him be quite effective second up in the past. I don't think he's finished out of the place in 3 second up attempts, including a win. I think they're getting pretty close to a start here for race number 7.
Better head upstairs, that being the case. Here's Darren.
At 650.
Lewis won.
Set here, Segura Rock, who trialled quite nicely recently at Rosehill, has been a well-backed favourite. Now, Oakfield Duke's in, Sydney Bowler goes in, and Edited By, and Skeletrix.
Ranking 4.
Coming up down to the outside draw, and Skeletrix is the last, so the start is imminent here a while. They're off and racing down the 7th race of the day. And just waiting for them to come into view. And Edited By was particularly sharp out and leads the way. Sydney Bowler goes straight to second as the field springs out a bit. Little Beginnings quickly on the in perimeter. They're followed by Sizzler parked out on the rail. Secure Rock improving in the white cap in front of Line of Fire. Further back to Black Duke on the inside of Oakfield Duke. And Skeletrix was taken back to last. So Edited By in front by 3/4 to Little Beginnings. And now the favourites, Sydney Bowler and Segura Rock, are both in stalking positions. Followed by Line of Fire on the outside of Sizzler. 2 off to Wakefield Duke, just shading Black Duke, and a length and a half Skeletrix last of all. 600 a run, Edited By in front by 3/4 to Little Beginnings. Then Sydney Bowler inside Segura Rock. 2 further back then to Sizzler as they approach the home turn, and Edited By just in front, 400 to go, a half in front, a Little Beginnings being reined along. They spread it a bit here, putting 2.5 on the favourite Sydney Bowler and Segura Rock as they turn. Edited By in front from Little Beginnings is really sticking to the task. Edited By and Little Beginnings, the favourites aren't a factor. It's Edited By and Little Beginnings slogging it out, and Edited By is finding under pressure. Edited By led all the way from Little Beginnings. Photo for third, the Ruffy Sizzler and Line of Fire the outer. Boy, the favourites are disappointed. Segura Rock and Sydney Bowler, their charm runs and couldn't make it.
Lewis!
Duke finished off all right. Then came Skeletrix and Oakfield Duke.
Brilliant.
Second run into the preparation, and he puts his best foot forward. He's now on 6th race to start, number 17, and Molly Burke, who fired him out from an outside gate to find the front. And he was keen to get on with things today, and he runs them ragged here. 890 and 250 over Little Beginnings, who tried hard. They settled 1-2 in the run, and they finished 1-2 at the death. 11 winds up in third spot. That was a heavy run by Sizzler. It was just half stopped in its tracks coming down the side, and eventually
his first up
runs did that building. He'll get third. To add some spice to the exotics, and Line of Fire will finish 4th. As to the favourite there, Segura Rock was under pressure, a fair way out, and was being hard.
All right, let's go to Sandown. All right, so we spoke about this, and the 13 is the favorite, which is a neutral. Winning is very difficult. They're tailing gates. 4 is in a better position. It's got the fuel, it's got the numbers, it's got everything. 14 is a check. 14 can get in. 14 might get in. So if that happens, then we're probably looking at 4, 14, 13 or 4, 13, 14. Something on those lines. But I like 4. 4 is in good hands, good position, and it's adequate. Everything is good. Everything is good on 4. 13 is way off. I'm going to go with 4 if it doesn't get tailed. Oh, let's sleep.
bicep with the big shepherds and big then big guys around big old
Oh man, is that a 4 or a 14? That's the 14 which is getting tailed. 14 getting tailed. Where is the 4? Fourteen is in very good position, Frank, but it is also getting tailed. It's a 3-year-old filly though, probably just nervous. The 4 is good, Frank. The 4 is good. The 4 is good. That's the 4. It's not getting tailed. It's a 1400 meter. So, yeah, 12 will get in. Lewis, if the 14 fails, 12 will get in. That's there. 13 and 12 probably will get in. But winning position probably is 4. It's a 1400 meters, so the BBs will get in. If the 14 fails, 14 is getting tailed. And the 2 is a grey. That's a colt. That's a linear. Oh man. This all assumption is based on the fact that the 2 will fail because it is a colt. It looks dangerous. I'm going to go with 4. I'm going to go with 4. But the 2 is looking dangerous. That's the colt. That's the only colt. It's not there within the rails, so I don't think it's in a winning position. But yeah, that thing can also happen because 4 is gate number 9, 2 is gate number 8. So getting a position is not a problem if the jockey is smart. 2 wins. that looks so good, PC. That 2 is looking so good. That's the colt. If it doesn't look back from the gate, it will win. If the jockey tries anything smart, then it is over. Any smartness on that horse is going to slaughter it. It needs to run from the gate like nobody's business. Just run. That is the 8 doing that thing. They'll both get slaughtered. That was a disaster of the highest order. That was a disaster of the highest order. The 12. Yes. Bossy Bonita. I did not expect to win. Leading 12. Yeah, that leaded like nobody's business over a 1400 meter. It just did not look back. And rest everybody was like waiting for God knows what. Yeah. Lewis worked it out. Four is third, I think. What? The jock is a retard. Yes, the jock is a retard. I mean, so here is what happened. These are the best jockeys. 3 couldn't win. I mean, 13 couldn't win whether you have a jockey or not is because that's a neutral horse. 12 was not a neutral with a good jockey. Can you believe this? And these are like morons, man. These people are like morons. The best jockey was on 13, hands down. But it's a neutral. It cannot win. 12 was the other one. This is absolutely disaster. Wait, Doomans will come up.
Favourite. Thank you, Henry. Good behaviour by him today as well. Sort of found the trick now. They wait coming late. They bring him into the pony. So one lap out of that.
Yeah. And we'll get a shot of him in a few moments' time. That's Kwan on the screen there, Andrew Mallion, who will be looking to get the gaps here. I think there's a couple of others that will probably be a bit too quick for him here, but he might settle around about midfield and then he'll need a bit of luck getting through. But we've seen him in defeat, turn in some extraordinary performances in defeat, haven't we? Oh, yeah. Right over the years. So he's got the ability. There he is there. He's going around nicely on the below. Thank you, Henry. This is what we like to see, really. But I'm with the 5 Quaddie first up. Got the 11 in this one. I was so taken with the recent victory.
Lewis is back.
She never runs poorly. She's got to run well again. 6 is in the mix, certainly can. It's all about the start for her. And then keep safe. She's tough. He's tough.
Easy 3 Doomben win.
Still a bit concerned about him from the gates.
I just think there was enough speed in this race. I mean, you've got certainly Ken, who's going to certainly want to lead. Keep safe.
Yep, so Ryan might be able to tuck in, you think?
Well, that's what he's got to hope for. You saw one, probably he's going to hold a spot from that inside gate.
Why are they even trying that?
So I feel like there's 3 or 4. A couple of them were scratched. The 2 I thought was another one with a bit of speed. I missed it.
Lewis is taking back the matches.
She had been with stuff, but obviously they were scratched. So that took 2, 5 wannabe leaders out of the race.
Brilliant job, Lewis. On the 12.
Just took him back. Towed him up. He got nice cover. He just towed him up and blitzed him race right away. So I think that's probably, as you say, the plan here.
Yeah, he's going to look for cover, I would imagine, and just hope that they go very, very quickly. So I am with him. I feel like he's been specifically sort of held for this race. He was posted 3 wide in that race behind Town Cry and Circle Cannon. Even though he was 3 wide, he was probably still a few lengths off them on the turn, and they were ripping home 33 points. Did he have? He had none of catching, but that was 11 to go to 1200 today. He's yet to win at 1200 as well, but I don't think it's going to be a problem for him. So 4, 6, 3, and 5 as we come to you, Andrew.
Okay, thank you, Henry. It's just 340 now. 320, I think, the shortest price, or 330 might have been the shortest price I saw. Back to 340, certainly can 370 after getting to as much as 4. And Quaddie, 460 earlier, now 420, so good support for the 5 as well. Missile 1, very easy, hard horse to lay, now $5.50. Joint favourites at the get here, thank you, Henry, and certainly can with Quaddie. Very well done to beat the pair of them. Here is Josh Fleming for the call.
Feel to be right to run. Race 7 of the day, and Pendor now lining in. And all locked and loaded. And stand by, the light turned on. All in now. Favourite, thank you, Henry. And then hopping in with 1. Light blinking. Oh, set now, they're racing. Quaddie's come out last there. Keep safe away well, likewise certainly can. Leading third, Missile 1, and Crime No Tears right up there as well. Further back to Rosa Shiraz, and thank you, Henry, and Pendor the outside. A length and a half to second last is further back below chain Meteor, last of all is Quaddie, so it certainly can speed clear by 2. Fired up second, Crime No Tears, passed by Keep Safe on the outside. A length and a half away, 4th is further back Missile 1, then 12 in by Rosa.
Yeah, Frank, today is a weird day. It's a weird day.
So certainly cans in front. Second, the outside is Keep Safe at the 450. Third, easing out wider there as Missile 1, 3 wide, and Pendor 4 wide. Thank you, Henry's away from the rail. But certainly Ken went by the 300, led by length
Come
and a
on,
half. Second,
baby.
Keep Safe. The outside is a further back running home in Pendor, Missile 1. Back there on the inside, thank you, Henry, but certainly Ken's got a good leg with 100 metres left to go. A length and a half in front, thank you, Henry. Thundering home lane, but certainly Ken in front, and certainly Ken has won by 3 quarters, so thank you, Henry. Third home in Pendor, Quaddie, good lake, Keep Safe, Missile 1. Further back, Rosu Shiraz incoming, Valenche Meteor, and Crocodile is lasting. There she was in the comfort zone today, crossing and leading certainly can, and that's what she wanted to do. She run quickly down that dip at the top of the straight when the rails out, and there were no chance of catching her.
Lewis is on fire today.
With Gade, and he was back on the rails there, and he's hit the line very hard to get that second spot. In Pendor was good. Clark blew the start, and he's come home strongly down the outside. We need to have another look at it to see whether there is much going on with the Beacon Brigade. Not really. Thank you, Henry's got a big gap to come through, but she's not easy to run down this certainly again. When circumstances play in her favour like that today, yeah, it's all about her bouncing, trying to cross and lead, steady, and then kick from the top of the straight. Her 3 wins have been precisely like that. Thank you, Henry, coming through with Maloney near the inside. He's finished his race off quite strongly. But today was the day with certainly Ken. You've just got to be a little patient if you've been following the birdie to get the right scenario, and Emily Lang was able to produce that today.
Absolutely right, Maxie, and she had a little bit of work to do from the gate. She looked magnificent in the yard here today, so pretty sure Tony Gollan is going to be absolutely stoked with his lady today. Well done.
Yeah, I was. She's really good 2 runs ago, and the other day I thought she was sort of caught in a really awkward spot, 3 parts of the length outside lead. It's not where you want to be, and being in good form race, I reckon. So I knew how to sticky draw. It was just really tricky how Emily played it early, and I was just glad that she was nice and aggressive when she was caught in the limb to take the race up. They sort of wanted to muck around a bit and hold the spot. She's riding really well, and she deserves to be top of the premiership here at the moment.
I mean, it did look a race where a few had speed, but let's face it, when she finds a fence, this lady, she's just very, very content.
Yeah, I'd love to see her not as one-dimensional, but look, her wins have been good and dominant when she can do that. I'm sure she could win ridden otherwise, but to this point in time, that hasn't been the case.
All right, Tone, do you look at a Saturday race with her now?
Yeah, I think so. I'm just going to poke along with her. She's been a real work in progress. She's got a few little issues we've had to deal with, and Bats and Di wanted to send her back in and try and win some races. So we've started lower than where they probably like, and hopefully we can get our way up to where they would like.
I don't think he'll knock back the checks.
I know he'll like the checks, that's for sure.
Good on you, Tone.
Thank you.
All right, let's have a chat to our jockey, Emily, now. Well done.
Thanks, Bernie. Yeah, she was a tough little thing today. They made her work all the way into around that first corner, and was able to get sort of a couple nice furlongs, but thought she showed a really good turn of foot after that too.
How much better do you think she is when she finds the fence?
Yeah, I think she just gets a lot more confident when she's in front and gets it her own way, and you can see that she's got a really nice turn of foot, and yeah, it just worked out nicely once I got there today.
Well done.
Thank you.
Right, there they are. Great team at the moment. Emily Lane, Tony Gollan.
All right, this is what is going on the 7th. Now, if you look at the odds, 12, 4, 9, and 14, all right? That 12 is the favorite. Now, the way things are playing today, it's a little weird. So if we look, first let's identify the horses, the jockeys, and then we'll talk about whether or not that happens. So the top jockey is on 3, and it is a good horse. The 10 is moderately there. It is the one which is placed below the linear. That's an EW position. One of the best jockeys on that. 12 has the third best jockey. Now that's the favorite. if we look at the handicapping, so 5 is the one which is handicapped, and that's that. But that, I mean, I would have gone with that 4. That 4 looks in a good position. That's a horse which is an upgraded horse, and it's got the rails, it's got everything, and it's got a lot of advantage over this horse, which is the linear. It's a 5-year-old mare. This thing is through the rails, both side of the rails. So if I mean, genuinely, if methodically, if I have to put money, I mean, if I have to take one, that would be 4. But the jockeys are playing it up, and the jockeys are kind of messing it up today. For whatever reason, they're messing it up. I don't know. This 4 is not. The 4 is not in a position which can be ignored. It cannot. It is not there to lose. But the best jockey is on 12. One of the best jockeys, and then the best jockey is on 3. So that's gate number 6. There is nothing that is happening. And okay, so there's this horse also which is there in between. God knows, that's a very large drift. The highest drift is on 11. That's a 6-year-old gelding versus this is a this is a horse. A lot of fuel is there, so it's also that. So that one is a check. I don't know what it'll do. It's a horse, stallion. I would have gone with the 4, but today, looking at what's happening, I am not going to go with anything. I'm out. I have to play the fang, man.
At Bathurst and Dubbo over longer journeys. I suspect you'll probably need this run.
Rip Off is number 13, emergency getting a start. James Cummings combining with Jason Collett.
Well, she's going well. She was running up here to Mogul Monarch.
I'm going to be back in a jiffy.
Back on the 13th of February, and then an even effort at Canterbury behind Mafia last start, beating the length and 3/4. She's now had 3 runs here at Wyong for a win and 2 runner-up finishes.
And Royal Balloon is the last of them for Terry Croft. $41 chance to be ridden by Chad Lieber.
First up from a spell, one of her 2 wins did come fresh, and she went for a break after a nice win at Class 1 level at Musselbrook. She's had a trial in preparation for this. That was at Hawkesbury, only beaten 2 lengths by Rose's Legacy. Wide gate here makes it tough.
Creeping Woman, pretty clear cut favourite in the last at $2.70. As the fillies and mares prepare to head out, there's Adam Hieronymus, who's here to ride Southern Charm for Gay Waterhouse and Adrian Bott as they leg him aboard that filly by Shalar, who comes here 3rd run into the preparation. So 270 here about the 7, and that is Weeping Woman, the favourite. 550 about the 5, and that is Little Genie. And Rip Off is at 650 and has come in a point here for James Cummings.
I'm going to be back in a jiffy.
Having her 16th start. Darren Beatman is here on track for James, and he's now out there with Mick.
Well, Darren, a rip-off 3rd run back from a spell today. Is she building towards a peak performance?
Oh, we hope so. She actually pulled up having a pretty good blow the other night. She just was a bit gassy through the middle stages, and might have told on her when they sprinted. She just hit a bit of a flat spot, but she does like Wyong and out to the 1350, which is quite appealing for her, and she's drawn well, so she's going to get a good run.
Okay, so 3rd run back from a spell, you would think she'd be ready to go?
I think so, yeah. I think probably, her first run was a beauty here, first up, and her second run, was was well above her pass mark. She boxed on pretty well. So, as I said, there's always been nice improvement all the way through, and I think that with today, with the soft run, I think she gives herself a chance to figure in the placings.
All right, all the best.
Thanks, mate.
Here he is, Darren Beedman, speaking about rip-off, who sits on that equal third line of betting at a $6.50 quote. Weeping Woman, though, confirms again, 270 into 260. She's honest, this girl. 9 starts, 3 wins, and 3 minor placings. She's had a 4th in there as well. A mare that is never far away, and the market seems to like her, Nick, in the last. How about you?
Yeah, look, I'll stick with my numbers from this morning, going 9, 7, 5 and 13, putting Marseille on top. Obviously, she's going to need a lot of things to fall into place if she's going to get over the top of the pier. She's not blessed with a great deal of speed, and it's not like we've been seeing horses come from the tail of the field here at Wyong this afternoon, so that has got to make you a little bit nervous. In saying that, she's going in at a big price, so I thought she was worth a ticket. 7 Weeping Woman's going to need a bit of luck from an awkward draw, but just racing so well. A winner 2 starts back at Canterbury, and then runner up to Gangster Granny at that same track last start. Had a nice run in transit, pushed into the clear, and just found one better on the day. 5 Little Genies only had the 1 win from 15 starts, but has been placed on 7 occasions. The former Kiwi. If you go back and have a look at the first up run last preparation, finished third to Watch My Girl at Warwick Farm over 1,300 metres, only beaten 2.5 lengths, so I think she'll run well. And 13 Rip-Off, obviously a little bit of market confidence surrounding the chances of this filly. She was good behind Mobile Monarch, went second here over a shorter trip, first up from a spell, and then a good run behind Mafia. When beaten just under 2 lengths at Wyong at Canterbury last start. Back to Wyong, where she has performed quite well. I think she might have had 6 starts here for 2, maybe 2 wins and a couple of placings. So, 3 starts here for a win and 2 placings. So she hasn't finished off the podium when campaigning here at Wyong in the past. So I can see why there has been a bit of a rally for her late in the piece.
As they head off to the gates, yes, the word podium has been on the podium any number of times today. It'd be fine, but Weeping Woman 250 in Thoroughbred. You could use that on Friday, if you like, with Greg when you go to Scone, because that is the wild card, the northern wild card for the country championships, trying to get into that big $1 million final on day 1, of course, of the 2 massive days in Sydney. But tomorrow, ahead of the Provincial Midway Championships at Newcastle, going to day 2 of the championships in Sydney, and then of course on Saturday it is one of the great days that has been for decades and decades, the Golden Slipper.
Yeah, everyone loves Golden Slipper Day. Have you got any thoughts? I'm still working through the form, but it's one of those years where it does look very even on paper, doesn't it? You can make the case for a few.
I suppose I have to tip Rivanello. Given Australian at Newcastle by Chris Lees, who would love to emulate what, of course, his late dad Max did with Luskin Star all those years ago. So only his 2nd runner, quite unbelievable, the Golden Slipper the Chris.
That was a big surprise for me. I would have thought that he'd had a number of horses over the years, but obviously a lot of 2-year-olds in versus Bar that have progressed to our feature 2-year-old race, but Rivellino looks like a great chance come Saturday.
And we'll carry the Throsby family colours, who are very close to the Lees family, and of course one of Chris's great mates, Hugh Bowman, of course, is back from Hong Kong to ride that 2-year-old at the weekend.
Yeah, it's going to be a fantastic day. So we've got plenty of racing before we get to Saturday, with the Provincial Championships race there tomorrow and the Country Championships wildcard on Friday. Where I'll be heading and looking forward to that. It's a great series. I really enjoyed being out at Canamble on Sunday to watch Gallant Star progress through the Country Championships final, and is now the fixed odds favourite to win the whole thing, which brought a tear to my eye. It wasn't that long ago when the Central and Western Districts, we used to be the poor cousin, but now we've got a leading contender leading into that big race.
Oh, that was just beautifully said. 260 here. Dry your eyes, dear. Weeping Woman might be the omen tip in the last. That being the case, Mick. This is over like 13.50.
I'll push you off a podium in a minute.
That would make your form in the rear vision mirror. Okay, we're nearly right to the final event. Nice for Derek to come down and not say hello to us once again. He's not bad, is he? Forgets where he came from. It's not where it all began for him. This is the final event. Late night numbers 9, 7, 5, 13 to wrap up the Metro meeting at Wyong this afternoon. So Newcastle tomorrow, Scone Friday, and then Slipper Day on Saturday. You'll see it all right here on Sky Thoroughbred Central. Weeping Woman favourite though for the last. Let's get upstairs. Here's down.
260. So, very hard to tell from here. So past start time for the last. Weeping Woman is favourite. 250 now. In front of Little Genie. She's been pretty well tried here into $4.80. Assumed that previous preparation over a similar trip around the third.
All right. Come back.
It's favourite here. It is drawn wide out. Right, looks as though the starter is climbing the ladder. I can still see runners moving around behind the start. Right, Weeping Woman hasn't moved in as yet. Once Sweeping Woman goes in, we'll be right to go by the looks of it. Just stand by, we're getting close to a start now in the last of the day. Gates are back now, racing. The favourite Weeping Woman's from the outside barrier and it jumped particularly well. In fact, it flew out Weeping Woman and leads clearly from Halidon Southern Charm. Rip off pretty handy going into fourth. They're followed then by Miss Cecconi improving on the rails from Auntie Breen and no second thoughts out there. Little Genie's back in the field, followed then by Marseille together with Rao Balut, dropping back towards the rear of Star Impact on the inside of Majestic Style. Weeping Woman at the 800 metres, 2.5 clear from Halidon. 3 further back to Southern Charm, then a rip off, no second thoughts, Miss Cecconi. A length then to Auntie Breen, a length further back to Little Genie. On the outside there is Rao Balut, they run down the side. Well back is Marseille from Majestic Style. And Star Impact sees them all. So Weeping Woman's gone along at pace. Hallett's starting to close in on the outside. A length and a half to Southern Charm. And then came Rip Off. Further back to Little Genie looking for runs. They turn behind. Weeping Woman just in front. From Hullett being shoved along. Then Southern Charm, Rip Off. Miss Cecconi, Little Genie looking for room. Auntie Breen coming down the outside, but Weeping Woman a 3-length leader. Oh, she's home in the last, sustained speed. Weeping Woman bolts in Southern Charm second. Auntie Breen got up for third.
That is 7.
Little Genie plotted in the straight, Marseille wide out. Then Miss Cecconi. Further back to Star Impact. From Majestic Style, no second thoughts. And Rao Balut was one of the last in.
Well, that's simply a case of Nash doing Nash things on Weeping Woman, who fired out from an outside gate.
They are.
Sections of 11.04, 11.11, and then he backed it off in an 11.
They are, PC. Today is an exceptional day. I don't know, there's something not right with the jocks. There's only a handful of jockeys who are there, and the rest are all clowns. I'm out. I like the 4, but I'm going to be out.
First tracks that have got records suggest that. I think that puts up against the track that's further through Richmond. Yeah, nice speedy horse, it's great coat, really well presented. It's just they're ground. 12 Burlington great, we was able to win eventually. Absolutely,
They're all trying to do something weird. Lewis won which one? At Sandown. Won where? One at Sandown is a threat. Is a
from the yard here, Burlington Gate, like the way she's been presented from the stable, just looks in the zone. She just proved around the yard like she's done a million times. She's exactly what we want to see. She's nice in the lap, very fit, so I think she's going to run right up to her best here. She's going to give a bit of a push one of the bicycles. Gates ran looked really well in the yard here. Probably will be the best for these horses, so you can get them to give a bit of a push of the price. The 7 Gates, 12 on the track for each 7, the car and 4 head. So another road that's Australian, the track favourite 470, early state of 5 minutes, 30, black and sun, $7, but that's on a dating, I'm thinking for 4.
Azad, just a humble request, do not mention money or signs of money. No dollar sign, no rupee sign, and please do not mention money. The subject of this channel is very easy to misinterpret. We do not want to get into trouble. I like the 4 PC. I so want the 4 to win. But the jockey is not the best one, PC. The 4 should win. On papers, the 4 is the winner. But it is playing very, very weird. No, it's okay, Azhar. It's just certain things that we maintain here in this chat room. We want this thing to go on. We do not want to get into trouble. That's all. This channel does not advise anything financial. No financial advice here. It's a sport. We take it as a sport.
Actually have a bench before his time. Yes, certainly no red lines. Number 3 each way for last up time they made speed of the run. Been well back to a price 11 away. Gives some positive signs that with Jamie Mellon going on board, might be a new stage.
I am so I so want the 4 to win. If that jockey does anything funny, PC, please. Let's do it. Let's go 4. Let's go 4. Bet 4. With you, PC. The 4 is looking like it's not going to get beaten. But if it gets beaten, I'll be very sad. If the jockey does anything funny today. 15 looked so good, Frank, but it is a chance. I don't know. It looked very, very nice at the paddock. It looked fabulous, 15.
Saturday, it's 11 races on the program on Saturday. First race Sunday, 12 5 little early. So, big program. The honest reply for this with the line, of course, and the sunline. Back to the early on Saturday. And 7 races entertained there. Which side the French are going to the school, we'll take part in the middle. The final three, also towards the sun deal.
Yeah, there's something under blanket. Lord knows what that is.
They'll take Michael to start to the platform.
If that horse, number 1, if well, that's got the worst jockey. Now the worst jockey is on 5. On 9. Run. And that 3 has the best jockey, okay? That 3 has the best jockey. If this thing
The back of Chandler's and Rocket by Kirchner towards the back between each side and Gates and after all. Miles Reward is the leader with about 1,100 metres to go by 3/4 of the length. In second place is Russian Tycoon, 4 is third and Cardiff New Deal, and 4 is Equal Speed and for a big deal. Femini late 53 wide.
dude, move it. Come on, baby. Move it, move it, move it, move it. Buddy, move it. Where are you? This is ridiculous, man. This is ridiculous. Three. The best jockey wins. The best jockey wins. That's all. That's all. That's the game. 3. Man.
I do. 8:30 at $2.70 on Super Tab. Lush Tiger second at $2 and early to date. At $7.90 on Sun Kid.
That's the 3. That's the jockey. The best jockey. This is a good horse. Three, 9. The 15 also got there. The 4. did not do anything. It's a disastrous day. It's a disastrous day. If the jockeys keep winning, man.
Pretty happy about that. There was the
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what to talk and what not to talk. This is absolutely. I mean,
so it comes to the
no, the PC. This is getting too much. This is getting too much. This race is not going to help in any way today at Sandown. We need to race here once again on a Saturday probably. This thing is disgusting. We'll go to the last one, race 8. We'll see what's going on. 1, 7, 15, 18, all scratched. Odds 2, 5, 4, and 17. Three, 9, 12, and 15.
We're okay, but that Euroborus was just too good for them that day. And she was clearly best of the rest. She settled back on the rails, ran on quite well. She might have taken a few inches off Euroborus. So second up today, and she's drawn nicely again. She'll sit back behind them, get a nice soft run.
Alrighty, Rich Minx is still your favourite, however, she has gone $2.70 to $3, Max's. Money comes for some Voldy, 8s into 5s. Also Rose Noir and
Yeah, that's decent money for the John Thompson runner. 8 down to 5. Sivaldi, I had a look at all of his replays this time in, and nothing flash about them. But he just might find a weaker race up here. Maybe the form students are looking at it that way. I think he's got a hope, but these are a couple of pretty slick horses here lining up against him, and I'm happy to go with her. You mentioned she went $3. She's just come back to $2.90 in sync with Tab, and I just want to see her pin, cross and lead, and I think she'll be very, very hard to catch here. Rich Minx, I've got the 15 in the tube, who was very good first up. I think that was her career best performance so far. She's only had 4 starts, but I liked her that day, the way she hit the line. She's only a 3-year-old, gets the weight allowance and got the good soft draw. Then Rose Noir, number 9, she could be the most reliable runner here, number 9. Can't really see him missing the top 3. And then Galaxy General is the only thing for him. He's $26, but he could be an improver with his blinkers back on and the tongue-tie going on again today.
I've got Rose Noir on top. Particularly, I have been following her, and I've got 2 runs so far this prep. Grade 1 in a half-mile race, which was a bit unsuitable, but she got a bit unbalanced in the turn, but she charged home late. And then last starter, the Sid Joe form lines are really strong. I'm saddened that she has to run into something as good as probably Rich Minx. But I'll just stick with her still, because she does have 2 runs under about this time versus Rich Minx is first up. But it concedes she looks to have so much potential. I'm putting the 10 Sivaldi for 3rd and 2 Galaxy General, so 9, 6, 10 and 2.
There she is, Rich Minx to go in with Ryan Maloney in the saddle in the Uncommon James colours, who is due to run in the Galaxy. I haven't looked at the final field. It was actually pretty good first up.
It was.
At Randwick, only the last 100 he was overhauled and hadn't raced for a while. Just the one soft trial, I think, up here. He's raced well in the Galaxy in the past. Track's been pretty good today, Bernie, considering a lot of the races have been tempo related, haven't they?
Well, the early ones were quite muddly, weren't they?
Yeah, hard to make ground. But again, we haven't been here since prior to the cyclone. She's turned up in all her glory once again, Doomben. But we're back to Eagle Farm on Saturday. We're back to a 9-race card.
Yes.
We'll be previewing that tomorrow night on the Playbook.
Will indeed. Looking forward to that. All right, there is Rose Noir about to take her spot. Don't think there's too many behind her, so let's get up to Josh for the call.
Final favourite of the day. And the blue and white Butcher strikes Seltzer. Ritchie comes up and Galaxy General on pick up right for Jake Bayless will complete the line. So Galaxy General about to take up an inside barrier and the field will be right for the 8th and final. So Rich makes our favourite. Savoldi heavily backs and the light turned on. All in for the 8th and final. Good line. Racing. Oh, Savoldi was weighed brilliantly. Jumped in front from Galaxy General. Rose Noir. Richmond is going forward and also right up there as well. Prince of Suvu. Parts the next one. Drifting back Jerry Mandarin. Second last is Ritty. Last of all is Eagle Hawk Starter. Richmond's in front led by just over 2 lengths now. Second Rose Noir. Third the outside Prince of Suvu. Tarps out 3 and 4 wide and Savoldi's on the rail. Half a length further back to Galaxy General. Turns out deeper. Gerrymander on the rail. Second last is Ritty. And 2 lengths away to Eagle Hawk Star. Richbank's in front inside the 400. Second Rose Noir. Third the inside Savoldi. Tarps out 4 and 5 wide and Prince of Suvu is further back, but Richbanks went by the 300. Coming into the clear now is Savoldi living up on the outside. Rose Noir runs home. One from the outside, Tarps and right down the outside is E-Chi, but breaking clear Savoldi. A length and a half in front, heavily back. Savoldi's in front, flashing home late Eagle Hawk Star, but Savoldi has won by length to Eagle Hawk Star, third to E-Tune, fourth Ritty, followed further back by Tarps, and then we had Rose Noir. Richmond's really hit the brick wall. Galaxy General, Gerrymander, and the last one was Prince of Suvu. Alrighty, they've just gone past the post there. Savoldi, the winner, just locked into a beautiful position there, right behind the leader and on the rails. Now, Rich Mix had to use a bit of gas to cross him. She ran along, but it was her and him, the only ones travelling at the top of the straight. He put her away pretty quickly. Savoldi, and the betting was there. 8 down to $4.80. When I was doing the form, I'm looking at it and thinking,
it's not you, Frank. It's playing very weird today.
And just moderate runs at Y on Goulburn and Canterbury, but obviously found the right circumstances today. Had the good gate and inside barrier, bounced quickly, let the Queensland speed go. And the Randwick trained Savoldi has got the money, a 3-year-old by Pride of Dubai, trained at Randwick by John Thompson. So, number 10, comfortable winner of the last race on the card. Now,
all right, this is what I have. If we look through the odds, that's 2, 5, 4, and 17. If we look through the rails, that 2 is the only one which is within the rails. It's in very good hands. It's got advantage. The handicapping is right. It is the linear. I don't know what else does a horse need to win. The 2 is the favorite. It is beautiful in every possible way. The first one through the rail is 14, then 4, 6, those are there, but this one is the one which is the linear within the rails. From gate number 1, 1600 meters. But the problem is, the best jockey is on 17. We just saw what happened here, that 3 won because of jockey. Here it is 17. The best jockey is on 17. So whatever it is there. I'm out. I will not get into it. Whether 2 is favorite or super favorite, it doesn't matter. This is outrageous. Five.
that'll wank the ratter over 1,300 metres. Now gets to the line.
It's right, which is beneficial, but I think it's a mile and a half horse. It's going to need this run and maybe
Yeah, it looks that way in the yard too. Probably will improve just a little bit with another run and then really maybe a big rating goal. 13 is Oceans Above, who undoubtedly has got talent on his day, but he's snuck under the guard. But it's first up. It was a good win.
sort of promising ability throughout for whatever reason. I think Simon struggled to get the consistency out, but hopefully that first week is a sign that he might be starting to get the best out of his horse. So hopefully that might be the case.
It's not about Billy Golden's campaign. It's got really good with Billy Golden. It's nice to his action, especially in behind, which will make some natural improvement in that first sub-run. They're ready to run a big race again here. He's up to Dodge Black Steve brings the sub-ride back to the Sandown side. And this time makes them on. Big fan of the race.
Probably the run of the race, but the lead of Paradox has got away with a cheap lead, it's away with the field, and he was build up and he did press close to the second one, I think the right the mile is ideal, but the next week he looked up earlier last time and started, she was very well again today, it's nice to the lane, cruising around, it's nice to nearby. Good base it's coming in, but she does need a lot more favourite win, but she takes too much more at the ground. 15 is out, 16 is Mr. Buster. He's the ground. Right, so it's drawn up, so it's come back to great order. He might need to run it. Probably involved there. Yeah, what's going to he's actually half over the horse, and the same age, has a lot of similarities in terms of the height. He was a very lightly playing horse last campaign. I'll tell you, come back a lot stronger. He's really built out. So he might be able to go on with two straight break, the big price of life with Kent Jersey, he was like an 7 preparing one. He's done beats first up to 1,603 starts in the second. It's favour, he's tried towards. He's been a manage, take up a nice position from that gate, get great chin, strong well, it's hard to knock,
He's not that much relaxed. I've seen him in the yard. I've seen him in multiple occasions. Getting quite not big behind energy draw. He seems to maybe come up with more mature horses. He's nice and relaxed, moving well. Plus 10 horses, very big year for the first run. So there's a lot of positives to give over to about 3 years max million season results. So
it's been frustrating work there. I haven't been good eyes to start with. We haven't put it on the front side of the show. One of the report out instead of getting come back to the front, I think he hopes to be on level, but definitely not going well.
he does have to move on the track right. Yard, and he's probably taking some improvement from that run. So he'll probably improve again, third or fourth up, but you're trending the right way. Horse is the shape there, BT. A horse that at the start of the day, you made a very good case for it to be nice price.
But it's straight home to do in an easy race. It's got a good chance. It's unbeaten setting up, so that's a encouraging sign going from the first run to second. He only had one jump out there in his last start, but that was all back in the field and was a slow run. More than had to be a race. But from a good draw, I think there was an opportunity for the Bakers to have a little bit of forward in the run. That in mind, and get the chance to work out something on the box.
Yeah, it's definitely seem why. He looks to improve with them in the yard. Probably his first that run, and he's tucked up today's section. There was a little bit more muscle definition, a lot of time, he's a lot more relaxed. So a lot of positives for him. He may have that last one. Michael Dowd Juker, Mark Dowd, and Sam Freeman, a last start winner at the Valley, all being in small field.
bounced on the bump that day. The heavily important fight with the Barsh ran earlier today from Chris Waller. His advantage, he's got an inside draw, he looks the obvious leader in the race with a lot of pressure. That makes him into the quite sometimes. It's not the best leading horse, probably I think big pre-actions. Give him the yard, then he's racing in terrific form. Comes with the same race as the shape, he's also first up on that occasion. He's drawn a big gate, then goes forward, record up to the mile, a bit ideal. I'm tuning into the body with the big price, those extra wide. Yeah, he's sort of in the shape, he's taken a lot of degrees from that first up run, really touched up with the turn race. Winkers on for Bo Rapp, trained by Archie Alexander. She was disappointed that Sensible would like to see more from him. He has been back in the jump, but I think it's strong horse with 1 5 points earlier. But I would like to see a little bit further side back to the yeah, but he's a horse that has a bit of talent on his game. This will be a massive price for a horse with talent. Maybe this one more. Horse 10 is Eddie is going, trained by Henry White, hidden by John Allen, second up the season. Playing last time, the other step was going well as what the KFL last operation. Thought it might have been a little bit short of the best. But he might be a horse getting set for the full. Ran well there last campaign. A couple of months. Yeah, probably that's the size of the strength with the others here. And I think really good probably 12 is Book the Mill for Trent Mustard and Natalie Judge Mock in the saddle with the 3 doubles. He's on the track for our closer. We're in the update. We're going to start with 260 and a 8.6 guy. Yeah, he's been better over the 780. That's 780. They run. I feel like a whole base kick first. On the track for us, got a good base kick underneath him. And he's going to like to get out of Notable Road, so Bo Rapp and MBD. Have one to run, another eight events on the program. Hasn't stopped the fittest, mind you. Why'd you say down on the shoulder? You can root sets up and sprinkle it. Generally done. I'm still like the dog for that. Right for that's where I can put up. The ride 1600 looks right where the stage is grid. Just gets out of the road, some ride that has on the side of the hill, next to the two great rides, on top here in a great trial. I think it's the best I've seen in parade. It looks like he may have come back and wanted to a horse campaign. Jeff Higgins was much nervous then if you were going to run fire. Looks like the good base fitness underneath him jumped out well. There's a lot of positivity in here. It's a tough race and a few key chances. The shape's taken a lot of improvement from that first up run. And the second hand, Lavalier doing looks a different horse from when I saw him last campaign. He's put on a lot of size and strength since the summer break. So, racing a few chances, going with the 2. That's the best I've definitely seen his attitude. Going by continue here with flag pains in a while. They come back really well in the campaign, had the 2 jump outs leading in, which make it we're pretty good home. As always, looks like we're looking further, so jump out and find the line very strongly. Moving into the school, moving up above one back, 2 back, and forward. So the ball works out well. Again, really well. Terrific day. So, pretty fine away to the today, hard way to get out on. But it's great trade, solidly back to $2.70 on the total and on the 12. Rating is tomorrow. To find the race off 5 at the moment here. Back of the 5 races. The rank Friday, Randwick Friday, I said. 11 of the valley on Saturday. Now the field lock away, last one going in. The field set at 1,600 metres. 5 races of the day. Still to the back, Airways 10 at a beautiful line 2. The right to go back to the end, but also Soul of Spain. But the valley is up quickly, BL2 to go to the lead. Back to the lead, the 40 up. Right flank fiddle behind there for a poundable row. And followed by Goose. Next to the button, it's going program with a shaker. Go back to the hill to the bride, then over to the bum and back to the road towards the Soul of Spain. L2 in front, tested by back to the Million City with the first 400 or 500 metres of the contest. And they run along about 3 or 4 lengths of the failure and Freight Train for the rails and it was top of the lead about 5. They were followed by Carnival Row, a length and a half into the Buster, who's through the shaker. Then came Eddie Stone, fell back his bow, ran the book of the hill, followed by Surprising Soul of Spain over to the bus. Held you down 800 metres to go. Here's the leader in the last way, 3/4 of the length of the back of the Million Signet, 2 further back to the barrier and also Freight Train. They both had good runs behind the speed. Carnival Row is 4 off the lead, getting closer, followed by Mr. Butler and 2 from Eddie Stone, well back to the field, and the shade is in midfield, and Bow ran behind him with the book of the hill. So they'll do another 400 metres, back to the Million City, run the left, back to the inside, Freight Train, then Carnival Row presenting on the outside, Mr. Butler is running behind the followed by the shaker. Still Elduga at the 200 metres, Carnival Row and Freight Train lifting to the inside. Elduga just in front with Carnival Row coming at it from Freight Train. Carnival Row with Freight Train, Carnival Row. Head bobbing go, Carnival Row. I'd say
6.
From Freight Train and Elduga heads up and down. They were followed by behind the finish of the Buster Soul of Spain for the pair. Then the shape of Surprising Hooks from the field, back to the field, back to the Caesar, Eddie Stone and Capo around the motion of the bus pulled up quickly. Carnival Row. Number 6. I'd say we'll just get there on the outside. Might be by a lot, we'll get there. By looking at the photo, about a short half head, maybe a half head. Carnival Row, number 6. Carnival Row, Harry Coffey, the phone is 12 and Underwood. And Harry's had the today, so we'll be about there for the 3 Carnival Row. We'll just get there on the line from either the middle Elduga or Freight Train. Just a bit of shadow for the poster of the north one, but the gates are still out. The Carnival Row was taken out of last. At 11:90 and the 2:90, the building like the police artists. Take the farm on the Carbonado last night up and pick it up for 4 goes to pick it up to the footy to the footy. Number 5 will do the footy to the game break. So I'm typically coming left to the right will do a 4 on and run 2nd. 2 up there down, Freight Train. It'll be cruising now on the inside field. Relation to the private market for the field to the buster. Running the 4 and getting on to the factor. Half head, 136 to 15. 6-5 to 16. 6-5 to 16. Half head, 136 to 15 on the last. All right, it's been a pleasure.
This is what happened. So 6 and 2, they were in the best hands. 6 was better horse with the reins, relaxation, and that's what happened. 5 was there. 4, 1, 2, 5. Played very weird today. Anyway, that is it, ladies and gentlemen. That is it. We had 8 races here at Sandown today, and that was the last one. But I'm going to be racing tomorrow again. I'm going to be racing till Sunday every day. So if you have a little time, please come and join me. We will race together, do a little chit chat, and try to have some fun here. And thank you so much for joining in, Azar. Thank you so much for being here. Frankie, my friend, thank you so much for being here. Lewis, thank you so much, my friend, for being here. Thank you. PC, I can't thank you enough, PC. Without you, this journey would have been very difficult, but thank you so much for being here, my friend. Tuna, thank you so much for being here. I know you've gone off to sleep, probably. But that is it, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being there. I'll see you tomorrow. Have a great day, gentlemen.